Great to see you all. Welcome to our second Biological Physics and Meaning mini-conference. The topic we will be exploring today is brain dynamics, conscious thought, psychophysiological coherence, and spiritual awareness. Our speakers will be presenting an overview and picture of the relationship between cognitive states based on brain and heart dynamic studies and how they relate to cognitive clarity, positive emotions, and spiritual awareness. So first up we have Dan Levine. Dan is a research professor of psychology at the University of Texas in Arlington, a fellow of the International Neural Network Society, having served as president in 1998 and on the board of governors from 1995 to 2008. Dan is the author of Healing the Reason-Emotion Split and Introduction to Neural and Cognitive Modeling. His research centers on cognitive emotional interactions in human decision-making. Dan will be speaking on the trade-off of selfishness and empathy in the human brain. Evolutionary effects have given the human brain a mixed moral profile. From other animals, we've inherited self-preservation mechanisms which incline each of us to be indifferent or even actively hostile to others' welfare. We've also inherited bonding mechanisms which incline us to cooperate and promote others' welfare. Dan will present a very simplified network theory of how selfishness and empathy can coexist in the brain. Okay, Dan, it's all yours. Thank you.
All right. I did not get as far with this as with building the network as I would hope to. I'm still trying to get a presentation for I used to go every year to the International Neural Network meetings jointly sponsored by INNS and IEEE. But I haven't been to a physical meeting since the pandemic, and I'm hoping to get to the 2025 one in Rome. But the development of this network is not as far as I would have hoped by now. All right. But it dates back to naive idealism of the student movements of the 1960s and 1970s. Now, I should also add, I was a grad student in those days, except for the 2 years that I worked at National Institutes of Health. After I got a master's in math, I went to National Institutes of Health, and that's where I got interested in the applications to psychology via neuroscience. And also I should add that I was basically brought up to go into the sciences. I started very early in math, and my father was he was a combination research scientist and MD. And when he was a research scientist, he did major work on the function of insulin at the cell level, and he got into the National Academy of Sciences for that. And I remember once asking him what to him was the attraction of scientific research, and he said it was being able to ask why about phenomena in nature. So, with the student concerns with the Vietnam War, with the civil rights movement, with the budding environmental movement, I started looking at what was going on and asked, why? What is it in our nature that leads to these distortions of good treatment and cooperation between people? But I also asked, well, why is it that we want to cooperate? Why is that? And sometimes do. All right, we've got empathy, we've got concern for others, we've got cooperation, and again, ask why. And what is it about the way our brain is organized that enables both marvelous cooperation and helpfulness between people and deviations from it, including war and oppression, whether economic or political. All right, so I figured that I was in a setting, and this was to fulfill a kind of alternative service and not fight in Vietnam in a war I didn't believe in. I was encouraged to apply math to some area of biology. And so I said, well, what's the best way to tie into these problems? Well, to approach psychology via neuroscience and approach neuroscience via mathematical modeling. And that led to the field of neural networks, which are computational models of interactions among nodes that represent brain regions and concepts, not single neurons. Now, the nodes originally in the 1970s, when the field was really young, they largely represented abstract cognitive and behavioral entities. But gradually there got to be more and more knowledge of neuroscience, and some of these network models fit large brain areas fairly well. It's still a work in progress. It's still not a direct simulation of phenomena at the neuronal level. So the kind of simulation, why I'm not as far along in this as I'd hoped is I haven't figured out if I'm going to send something to the INS in Rome, it'll need to be a simulation of some kind of psychological / neural situation. And in the case of empathy versus selfishness, it would have to involve multiple people or multiple organisms. So the question is, what social and institutional arrangements promote optimal cooperation? Well, it might be controversial in some circles that institutional arrangements, that either epigenetic or simply straight environmental situations would determine whether people cooperate or whether they don't. But there's a lot of data showing that the way people are brought up does make a difference. On the positive side, I cite Nancy Eisenberg's book called The Caring Child, which indicates that people in societies that promote a lot of caring become caring as adults. And then Bruce Perry's work Bruce Perry and his colleagues in the Infant Mental Health Journal, which shows that people who have chronic childhood abuse, they have a heightened either fight or flight or dissociative response with some degree of gender difference between the two, and that inhibits their ability to be caring as adults. So there is some biochemistry going on that is influenced by the institution. All right, we had a talk at UT Arlington last fall. In fact, we offered this guy who was at that time a postdoc at Washington U. St. Louis, we offered him a faculty position, but he didn't accept. I don't know where he is now. He was talking about the neuroscience and psychology of bullies. And in particular, what's going on with the psychology. And this, interestingly, ties into some of the kinds of mathematical models I worked in. Bullies are characterized by trying to maximize relative reward, not absolute reward. They want to do better than others, even their close friends. And for example, take the situation where you earn $100,000 a year, and so does your friend. Or the situation where you earn $80,000 a year, which is a little bit less, and your friend earns $40,000. Well, the bullies, the people who are bullies, will have some tendency. Most of us prefer A to B. We get more money, and we help someone, and someone else gets more money who we care about. But your bullies will tend to prefer B. All right. Well, I'll come back to that in terms of how I model that mathematically. But first of all, we'll start with the division of the brain. William James, in his Principles of Psychology, divided human mental processes into instincts, emotions, and thoughts. And then, I didn't mention, I should have mentioned Paul MacLean right here. Paul MacLean was actually one of the people I worked with informally while I was at NIH. James did not have a neuroscientific theory, but Paul MacLean took essentially what he was doing and talked about the division of brain into 3 layers from different stages of evolution. And here's you've got the reptilian brain, the old mammalian brain, and the new mammalian brain. Later, interpreters of MacLean added some nuances into this, and they started calling it the R complex instead of the reptilian brain. Your reptiles have complex self-preservation behavior, including laying eggs, including courtship, to have sexual partners, included territorial defense, and so on. But they tend to be, with a couple of exceptions, deficient in parental care. And parental care comes with the emergence of areas in the limbic system, which is this old mammalian, and in particular with the anterior cingulate area, which I'll talk about a little bit later, as a connection between these different, as one of the great connectors between these different subregions. And then on top of that is this ballooning out of the neocortex in mammals and particularly in primates. All right, and Gerald Coherence, this interpreter of MacLean, located the concern for the self in the reptilian complex, which included large parts of the basal ganglia and brainstem, and the concern for others evolved with parents concerned for their offspring, located in the limbic system. Now, with my former PhD student, Nilendu Johnny, I worked on simulating this area, simulating this trade-off between self-interest and empathy. And Corey talked about it as a trade-off in the sense that if the one or another, the self-interest or the empathy, is neglected for too long, then one goes back and takes care of the neglected aspect of things. All right, so we have this neural network where the nodes inhibit each other, and the different nodes there are nodes representing selfishness and empathy, and there are biases in the competition, and the biases can change over time based on environmental influences and based on the internal influence. Hey, I've got to take care of others, or I've got to take care of myself right now. All right, and here we've got different situations. The arrows represent excitation. The filled circles represent inhibition. And here you have stronger bias toward selfishness, stronger bias toward empathy, and rough balance between the two. All right, and here, for those of you who are comfortable with differential equations, this is a variant of work that goes back to my work with Grossberg back in 1975, which was essentially based on half of my dissertation, that you have X1 and X2 as activities of a selfishness node and an empathy node. These BIs represent biases. There's a sigmoid function representing a kind of input-output transformation. There's decay of the activity over time, and there's also inhibition from the other one. All right. Now, here are the results. All right. If there are abrupt changes in biases, when one of them gets too low, then the system oscillates, and I'll show a graph of that, between dominance of one and dominance of the other. Now, I added something that I represent as part of the frontal lobes, where the biases, making the biases change more gradually, the system could stabilize and reach an equilibrium, which is what we want to reach in most people, where both self-care and other care are enhanced. And here is the oscillatory mode, which never settles down, and here's the node with the prefrontal cortex, where it does settle down. Now, this is work from almost 2 decades ago. In reality, one of the simplifications is that our labeling of these nodes as selfish or empathic was arbitrary. We didn't put in the kinds of interactions which make them selfish or empathic. So I went back to the Perino stuff about bullies to say, how do you do that? Well, your selfishness node responds positively to rewards to self and negatively to rewards to others. So this is the response to relative reward. And your empathy node responds to positively to both reward to self and to others. So the first step in changing the network is going to be to incorporate that into the network we had before, which was with just this arbitrary labeling. But in the meantime, we've got other things, taking particular, I mentioned the cingulate. I'm going to mention a couple of biochemical substances that may play a role in this, complementary roles, oxytocin and cortisol. So those need to be able to somehow modulate the functions in here. All right, but first of all, where do these biases BI come from? And we go back to the Grossberg-Levine article. They come from development, what stimuli are experienced. Like one of our simulations later on had orientation detectors in the visual cortex. But if one sees more of horizontal or vertical, as one does in Western urbanized kind of settings, Eastern urbanized settings too by now, there's more of a bias toward those that represent the horizontal and the vertical rather than the oblique orientation. Then there's also a bias toward attention. Our article is titled Some Developmental and Attentional Biases, and it's what stimuli are salient, either because they are more strongly emotional or because they just are larger and impinge more from the environment. And then they're just plain statistical errors. All right. And so we start to speculate, where do these areas come from? The node listed in these slides, well, we think, since we're talking abstract, was somewhere in the cortex, maybe orbital frontal cortex, because that's involved in values, object value connections. And excitation in the cortex is mainly glutamatergic, and inhibition is mainly GABAergic, glutamate and GABA as a sort of canonical excitatory and inhibitory transmitters. And all the other transmitters and substances in the brain will modulate these glutamatergic and GABAergic connection strengths. And this includes the anterior cingulate and oxytocin and cortisol. And the rest of this, I'm going to talk about some of the properties of anterior cingulate and these two substances, which may relate to this. Anterior cingulate is very strongly connected to both basal ganglia, orbitofrontal, and other parts of the limbic system like the amygdala. But I found this about some special type of neuron in there, which they call von Economo neurons, and named after some German neuroscientist. That they are present in great apes and humans, but in no other primates. They are more numerous in humans. They're much larger than pyramidal neurons, which is a kind that are found all over the place, suggesting faster transmission of information and possibly more connections. It's been suggested that von Economo neurons perform an adaptive function by helping humans and great apes act quickly on instinctual, intuitive level in social situations. And one example of this, which I'm going to show in relation to oxytocin in a moment, is that the degree to which one cooperates and competes with another person very often depends on who the person is and our relationship to them. Sometimes there's a good degree of cooperation with one's own kind and competition with one's other kind, however kind is defined. Ethnicity, nationality, religion, whatever it is. All right, now, what does oxytocin do? Well, it was first found, it's only in mammals, it was found in relation to mothers giving milk before anything else, but later found to relate to other kinds of positive and caring interactions. And Insel and Winslow and their colleagues, mostly at Emory University, studied two related species of voles. And voles are mouse-like rodents which are found particularly in the Rocky Mountains. And there's one species that has pair bonding, a male and female mate for life. And there's another which are more promiscuous and less involved in childcare. And the species that has pair bonding has more oxytocin receptors in brain reward areas, particularly the nucleus accumbens of the basal ganglia, than the promiscuous species. All right, and Uvne Smoberg, not sure I'm pronouncing it right, found that oxytocin increases with good sex, massage, and she was speculating positive social bonding. And later on, Kosfeld and his colleagues found that administering oxytocin intranasally to human participants increased trust. But here is the wrinkle. Now wait, here is the influence of oxytocin on subcortical emotional areas. Vasopressin is another hormone that is found in these voles, particularly in the males, but it turns out that both genders need both of these in different varying amounts. And the vasopressin is related to fathering and protective situations. In the Eisler-Levine article in 2002, I speculated it related to the cognitive and attentional aspects of bonding. So here are some potential connections. I'm not sure that our network will include all of this. We'll mainly include the cortical influences. Dopamine gets involved also. There's helping behavior in rats where there's receptors in the anterior cingulate insula, which is also in the limbic part of the cortex. They're involved in helping behavior. Blocking these receptors decreases empathy and increases anxiety. Here is a wrinkle. These researchers from the Netherlands found that oxytocin promotes trust of one's own ethnic group, but not outsiders. In Dutch subjects, it promoted trust toward other Dutch people, but not toward Muslim refugees from the Middle East. So that reward to others in that network could become reward to like others. So the strength of the reward connection depends on who one's interacting with. That's why we need a kind of social connection. Yet we are capable of getting beyond ethnocentrism and beyond us and them mentality, stretching our human concern to everybody. How do we do that? Well, we need both the emotional empathy as well as cognitive empathy. Emotional empathy is a kind of contagion, I feel your pain kind of thing, as former President Bill Clinton once said. But also cognitive empathy, which involves the insula seems to be the only area that's involved in both of them. It's involved in being able to take the perspective of another person, being able to somehow see an unlike person as like us in some respect, that they're out to make a living and provide for their family like we are. And I speculated in my Reason and Motion book that the furthest forward part of the frontal lobes, since it processes things on a very abstract level, is needed for that. How do we see somebody who feels very different from us as like us or similar to us or somebody we can identify with in some way? All right, now there are three typical classes of responses to stress. We summarized that in my article with Rian Eisler. The fight or flight, which is about what it sounds like. Tend and befriend, Shelley Taylor coined that, which involves oxytocin, beta endorphins, and dopamine. And then the dissociative response, common more in abused females, where you try to withdraw from the situation and, quote, feel good. And dopamine's involved in that. But also cortisol, the stress hormone, is high with fight or flight. It's low with tend and befriend, but it's also high with dissociation. So the dissociator still feels some fear and still feels defensive. And chronic childhood stress biases against this caring, tend and befriend, and toward one of the other two. And here is a network which we developed based on the various work of Koob and other people about CRF is a biochemical precursor to cortisol. And here are the areas involved: the amygdala and the hypothalamus, the big emotional areas. Norepinephrine gets into the act. You mobilize the organism's increased heart rate. The sympathetic nervous system gets active, turns on some of the endocrine responses. The tend and befriend and oxytocin tend more toward opposite, biasing toward the parasympathetic part of the autonomic nervous system. All right. Now the big question is, from the point of view of modeling, is there any evidence that cortisol, the stress hormone, is involved in making bullies, making people less cooperative? I mean, the Perry work about chronic abuse would hint that, but I haven't seen too much evidence of it. And I suspect that this is partly because scientists have been selective in their studies. They have studied biochemical effects on the victims of bullying and social exclusion. I had a colleague in my department who studied cortisol with teenagers who are socially excluded from computer games. But the question is there anything abnormal biochemically about the people who do the bullying, who do the exclusion, who stress other people? And this is the great unknown. Do bullies and oppressors and mentally ill people, in some sense, are they mentally unhealthy, or do they need treatment? And that's an idea that's probably of concern to a lot of people in this group. And in my book, Common Sense and Common Nonsense, which was originally supposed to be published by Oxford, but ended up as an ebook published at the UT Arlington Library, toward the very end of it, I say we need an oppressors' liberation front. We need to liberate the oppressors from oppressing other people. We need to bring peace to the makers of war. And that's a good place to stop my presentation. Yes. Hal, you have a question?
Yes. No, I just have an appreciation. I really like the innovative idea of looking at the oppressor-suppressor.
You're saying you like the thing about oppressors?
No, I like your innovative idea that you mentioned at the end about the oppressors being oppressed. It's a valuable insight that, to me anyway, is novel. And I think it might provide everyone who might have a chance to understand it a new perspective on the larger problem that you're talking about. So thank you very much.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, we have it can be a remedy for polarization, because people on one side of an issue, and I'm seeing this in particular in the U.S. with, you're close to Berkeley, so you've probably seen some of the protests on the Israeli-Palestinian thing. If you can't see an oppressor as partly oppressed, it's very difficult to see the merit of the other side.
Right.
And,
go ahead.
I said somebody could be wrong in detail, but right in terms of their pointing to something. And I discovered this when I was an adolescent, and I was fighting with my parents at times that if I could say something that isn't altogether accurate, and my parents would simply say, you're goofy, you're wrong, etc. But they wouldn't probe to see, well, what is the partial respect in which I'm right? And I wish they would have done that. Well, I never had kids, so I never tried it out.
One other critical aspect about the idea is the problem of convincing people that they're victims. And I haven't considered it since the idea is novel, but people don't like to be victims, and they don't like to take the mantle of victimhood. So it's a barrier to the oppressors understanding how they're oppressed, because it assumes that they have to accept that they're victims of something.
Yeah, accept that they're victims, but still think through, nuances of what's right or wrong about their own stance.
Right.
Just being, accept that you're a victim, yes, but if you get too stuck in the victim, then you can't see the other person's viewpoint, and you can't help them out.
Right.
There was an example that I mentioned my paper with Eisler. There was one example that we quoted where there Jewish couple in Omaha or somewhere in Nebraska, I don't remember, was getting harassing phone calls from this guy who was a Grand Dragon in the Ku Klux Klan. And this Jewish couple decided to see, kind of soften their approach instead of just reacting and saying we're victims. What all do you need? And the guy was having some problems. The Grand Dragon, he was starting to go blind, and the Jewish couple decided to befriend him and help him out with getting groceries and so on. And they made such a strong impression on the guy that he left the Klan and even converted to Judaism before he died.
Well, another thing about victimhood, in the sense of the oxytocin story that you told, the Dutch finding about the social impact of oxytocin on your in-group reminds me of the possibility that victimhood might be served by similar or parallel neurohormones in some sense. I haven't thought about it. Maybe you have a notion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In other words, you're only feeling like a genuine victim if your social network supports that. If
victims can bond with other
victims.
Victims can bond with fellow victims.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if you're saying I'm a member of a political minority in Texas, but it's a sizable enough minority that we have others to bond with.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just have thank you. That was awesome. My concern, I guess my view on this is it the awareness of the victim themselves that they are victims, or is it more their rationalization that they cognitively justify why them being a victim is not a victimness? I don't know if that makes sense, but in a sense, is it rationalization or is it just awareness problem?
Wait a sec. What are you saying they should be? You're saying they are aware or they're not aware of what? I didn't quite get it.
That's what I'm trying to wonder. Like, is it an awareness of being a victim, or is it some sort of a justification for why I'm okay with being a victim?
Yeah. Victims can assume that because they're victims, they're 100% right, which isn't always the case. And in fact, there was an editorial in the op-ed in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I haven't read it, and the title was something about that. Just because you've been wrong doesn't make you right.
Okay, so it does go beyond awareness.
Yeah, based on the social aspects of your presentation and the internal aspects of the individual, the model you presented, it's amazing from the, let's say, hormonal and neurobiological perspective. Now, from the upper perspective of our external reality day to day, there is a paper that it's a, can I share my screen?
What?
So there is a,
You should
there
be
is
able
a
to read
paper,
something.
there is a paper that it's a real paper just recently presented on learning organizations, which is the work of Peter Senge at MIT and systemic thinking. And basically, this woman, it's presenting a paper doing a very detailed criticism on learning organizations, step by step on the fifth discipline, but saying the reason why this strategy of learning organization has not worked with systemic thinking and all sorts of things is because the organization has not tapped into spiritual development. So I think this is an important paper to read, because how the spiritual development plays a part in self-regulating all these networks in the brain might be actually the baseline to aspire to social harmony or a true learning organization. If I mean, you have group, you mentioned oxytocin as being part of stimulating the bonding with a group, not with everybody. But see, spiritual development may just be what triggers oxytocin to see humanity as the whole as one group. And
Yes.
so that's where, and then you're mentioning about bullies, are they mentally ill? Can they be treated? Well, the treatment can not necessarily has to be medication. It can be spiritual development. So how do we, from our education, from childhood, start to gradually, spiritually develop? So that's my question to you. How do we do that? How do we step into that?
In order to partly answer that question, we need to say, what does spiritual development correspond to in the brain? And closely related to that, you'll remember my talk with Anna Maria Alexandrovich back in July. And we've been struggling with what corresponds to feeling of meaningfulness in the brain or in a mathematically defined neural network. We don't have a good theory yet, but I think oxytocin does definitely play a part, but some of these higher cortical areas probably play a part too. Spirituality is not emotional as opposed to cognitive. It's both. That's part of why I wrote my book.
Thank you. Yeah. And by the way, I found your book. I read it twice now. I found it extremely beautifully written and very well documented. And so I recommend other people to read that book. I definitely do.
Levin, can I ask you a simple question? Aren't we all just addicted to oxytocin? If we feel good after bullying, or feel good after helping, or feel good after leading a spiritual life, in the end, we're just following the addiction of oxytocin. So a bully, you consider it as possibly a mental illness. It could be just that the experience that as a child has made, that he was rewarded after bullying, and and as such he keeps on doing it into his adult life. If we look at the soccer hooligans here in Europe that go out and they just enjoy a good beating, and come home bruised, and they actually enjoy that. I don't see the point there, other than that they addicted to oxytocin at that stage.
Yeah, and I see that in this country with the supporters of Trump getting a whole bunch of you know, jollies and good feelings from the people they bond with. So that's why I think oxytocin in and of itself, as I said, is not a magic bullet for making people cooperate. It plays a part, but you need the more than just emotional contagion. You need this kind of discerning mind as well.
Dan, can I ask you to contrast Anton's comments with the commonplace notion that dopamine is the trigger for addictive behaviors, and
right.
in some sense, the oxytocin might be serving to establish the new wiring in the network, and once the wiring is established, the dopamine feedback loop maintains the addictive behavior. In other words, there's a hierarchy of relationships between these neurochemicals.
Yes, that sounds very believable to me.
I find that comment really, really pertinent and good for Anton's question. And I would say, Anton, that if we think about how far we've come in evolutionary terms, that feedback loop is actually geared to keep us safe, not to kill us. And so there must be some addictions which are not bad for us, and there must be some addictions which may be destructive. So the question is, you know, how do we take advantage of these things consciously in terms of creating a type of lifestyle and learning process which creates the balance within our biological structure. I'm not talking mental or spiritual now, I'm talking biological. Take the practices like, you know, maybe exercise, doing actions of kindness, you know, all the things that really create these kind of positive addictions that lead us to a social harmonious environment. And so that's what I think we can all learn from the research that Dan is presenting. You know, what kind of lifestyles we can, and diets and kind of conversations we can have that are creating the chemical balances towards inner harmony and social harmony.
Yeah, a related insight to that is I have never thought that any particular part of the brain is good or evil in an absolute sense. There are all these parts. It's like any tool we have. These parts of the brain, our areas, our transmitters can be used constructively or they can be misused. And the question is, developing a theory for the interactions in terms of day-to-day life, not specifically from drugs, that will enable us to do that. You know, I keep thinking, and I mentioned this in my book, the comment that I made in there that, when Barack Obama was president, there was this BRAINS initiative. There's some kind of acronym, and it was oriented toward dealing with mental illnesses, and I think AI played a part in it too. But the idea of learning more about our brain so that we can structure our day-to-day interactions in our institutions to optimize brain function, that was not mentioned in that initiative, and it should have been. Anyone else who hasn't been heard from?
Can I throw another comment in here? How do you get rid of our evolutionary programming? from an evolutionary program, we all come from tribes, which or smaller families where we protect each other, and we haven't transitioned to the global tribe. And I can speak here out of experience. I'm an Austrian citizen with a Slavic background. I lived everywhere, grew up in South Africa, lived in the UK, went back to Austria, and I went on to a sailing tour after the Yugoslavian wars, and I suddenly felt home there. And I couldn't figure out why I felt so home in a country where I didn't understand the language. And then I suddenly realized that I saw features in the people that I'm familiar with features of my sisters, my brothers, and so on. It was all in the face cut. And this, and are we possibly programmed in just recognizing a face cut to form a tribe?
Okay, well, we don't, not so much a question of overcoming our evolution, it's using it. Can we kind of supplement our evolution in a way that will make all of humanity, and preferably all other animals, to our tribes? And that's the difficult. I agree it's a challenge, but evolution is not one-sided, it's not destiny. Evolution can point in more than one direction at once. So the question, it's not overcoming our evolution, it's using it.
Yeah, and again, that ties up really well with understanding how many different people in the world have implemented their evolutionary trait and the survival routines that are embedded in our physical bodies, with practices like meditation and actions of kindness, and so it appears from different narratives, from different people of different cultures, that the bodies of spiritual wisdom of different traditions overlap in certain behaviors and certain internal motivations and intentions that don't get rid of our survival systems. That cannot happen while we're in a human body unless we become, completely dissociated from reality in a cave in the Himalayas, maybe. But if we are to operate in the world peacefully, then these practices ought to be integrated with our survival needs and our cultural values. And Maslow already did the work on that, which I think it's an important thing to read, which is the pyramid of needs, and then self-realization and self-actualization. And he touched on being values, and which are basically spiritual universal values, and how to embodiment and become a body in action of those spiritual values. And I think this is the antidote. It's just that it's so hard to invite people to that without preaching it or indoctrinating people to try to make that happen. This is something that has to be a dialogue in every home from childhood. And I don't know how you propose that socially without touching on preaching and indoctrination. It's more of a very slow process of a network propagating itself in certain forms of interactions and behaviors and states of being. It's not a quick fix, I think.
Okay, we've heard from 4 people, and there are 6 people I haven't heard from. Any of the other people?
Yeah, and Heather is smiling. We cannot hear you, Heather. We cannot hear you. You have to unmute.
Oh, there we go. So can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Oh, okay. No, she helped mute me. I didn't know how to mute it, actually. So, it's back to the Zoom thing. But no, I think this is all obviously intense, both the spirituality thing, but I'm going to use one of those old sayings, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You can bring all of these ideas to the bully, but you can't make the bully take it on. That's going to be a hard thing. I know bullies, you and I have talked about this. You can't make them change. They've got to want to change. And so synchronizing isn't the same for some people. When they have certain kinds of disorders, they don't synchronize the same way with other people. When they see something, if there's a memory problem, if they don't cognitively process something right at encoding, they're not even going to have the same memory of what happened right now. So their view of reality is a little skewed at times. I know this. So justifying behavior is amazing when you don't think your behavior is wrong. You know what I mean? So it's going to be an interesting task. It really is. Coming up with some of the ideas that, because I agree with Joshua and the spirituality, when we synchronize with these kinds of positive ideas, it's not linear in how it adds. It's exponential. All right. We change in powerful ways when we get together and synchronize. Cultures do it, and then we extend the culture. And I think that the internet has helped with extending cultures and helping us accept other people. That's one. I thought it was negative in the beginning, but because you do see a lot of hate, but you see a lot of acceptance. So we've got some tools already here, I think. So I can shut up now.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. That's why I was talking about, is there any sense in which we can liberate the oppressors? Right. I agree. It can't be imposed. I can't say, you're damn well going to get liberated or else. That won't work.
It doesn't work that way. They don't necessarily feel the need to be liberated. They don't necessarily feel that they are somehow imprisoned. They don't feel that way.
And in many cases, that's perceived as an insult or a
right.
rude action. Yeah.
Exactly. You're the one making the mistake. So we have to take all of that into account. And your triune brain thing, Dan, the whole 3 kinds of personality disorder lumped in together, that's hard to process. That's 3 kinds of negative personality disorder. And that's the hardest stuff to treat. Personality disorders are the most difficult. You can give pills for depression. You can't for personality disorders. Not so far, So anyway, I got started. Don't get me going. I had caffeine.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Now, there was one thing you said, Heather, that I didn't quite follow. You said there was something that you felt was negative at first, but now you think is positive. What was that
help
about?
me remember.
Internet.
Wait. Oh, the internet. Yeah. Because the internet, just like with video games, with all the negative hype around certain things, the internet has given us places for more in-group generation with more diverse people. You can go and log on to something. So I think we're starting to break down some of the cultural barriers because of the internet. So, I used to, it has so many negative things, but I can see the positives a lot. So that's what I was saying there.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Heather, one more thing, because I think it's important to mention it. On a personal level, this is very isolated personal action in the world,
yes.
I think there is an element of becoming a peaceful presence in the world. Let's say an ambassadoress of peace, let's call it like that. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I got to that conclusion after, in my life, growing up in Venezuela, which you can think of of a population of a lot of bullies amongst really nice people too. And I got to see how people in power, people who were aggressive, people who, were displaying those behaviors that we call bullying. Um, when I interacted with them, and I interacted with them from a place of total friendship and acceptance, I got a wonderful response from people that were considered by others being bullied with good reasons. All right. And so I realized, I noticed that I had this, what we call the victim and the bully. I had friends on the victim side and friends on the bully side. And by that, I mean, my whole population of friends from school who were Jewish, and my whole population of friends from the soccer team and surfing camp who were Christians, fighting at the beach in Eastern because of the crucifixion of Jesus. Okay? There were young people fighting on that. And I had to kind of go to that side of the beach and that side of the beach and bring some peace. So I very innocently realized that I was carrying a form of presence that was good for the bully and good for the victim. And I wonder how many people in the world are carrying that presence, apart from grandmothers and mothers who have to do that at home all the time, most of the time. Because I think, and this is my call now to you, Heather, we need somehow more active embassy of peace actions in the world by all of us, which I think it's the real antidote long term.
Yes, I agree. Because there are people who are biologically bullies, and then there are people that are learned bullies, that, of the experience, whether you were rewarded for certain things that we've already been talking about here today. So part of what I was getting at is the real hardcore, the leaders of those groups that you were talking about. There were people you weren't going to reach with your ambassador of peace. And I completely, because I'm the same way. You can synchronize with people when you speak to their soul. Some people aren't in touch with their own souls, is part of what I was saying. The really hardcore, if your cingulate gyrus isn't doing what it's supposed to, and the anterior especially, we see decreased activity in the anterior cingulate in violent criminals. We have functional MRIs of this that shows, comparatively speaking, we have differences in brain area for violence in general. And if you don't see your behavior as violent, you're a different kind of person. But luckily, I agree with you. There are so many people who are reachable, who it's learned, and they can learn the things that we talk about. And the beauty of it is things like this. I would never have met you without this kind of electronic ability that we can synchronize like this. And we can remember talking about music. Think about how music synchronizes us all together. You brought up your jazz musician, Dan, Mr. Choir, and right, Dan? I sing as well. And so when you've sung in choir with a large group of people, you feel that energy. So things like that, we can bring those things up along with things that'll draw the people that are reachable. Let's put it that way. Others, I've been through some things. So I'm just saying, some people, it's hard, and you just want to learn how to protect both that person as well as yourself. Just keeping people from hurting others as much as you can. So, and sometimes it's just yourself. You can't change other things. And the victim thing is hard. Go ahead.
I wrote an article for the journal Utopian Studies in 2009. I was looking at, I was mainly looking at those utopias that were not imposed by a charismatic leader, but were kind of evolved. And I picked out 3 novels that I felt were as close as I'd seen in literature to promoting optimal brain function. And one of them was Aldous Huxley's Island, which was written in about 1962. And Huxley did talk about what Heather called the biological bullies and how society can deal with them. And I don't think they really answered it, because the one guy who they picked out ended up being a dictator and destroying this utopian society. But they, they at least considered the idea that there are some people who just won't go along with the cooperative ethic.
Okay, this is a very interesting conversation, but we need to keep moving on as well, because we've got Joshua presenting next. So actually it's a good carry through onto what Joshua's going to present. Okay, so Joshua, you're up next. There's a little bit of feedback with your speaker when you're speaking. We're getting a little bit of feedback. It may be that... Pardon?
I don't know why that would be. I don't have the other big speaker on or anything.
Okay.
It's his light. It's his light over him. It's shining on
Must be.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Humor is good. I
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
value humor.
Remember?
Mhm.
Okay, so if it's not that, then we can still hear you well.
Well, just put the feedback as part of the presentation and we can move
Yeah.
on.
That's good. Speaker 2 is Joshua Davis. He will be presenting today on meaning, values, and cognitive states. Joshua is an ambassador of peace, systems engineer, systems thinker, cognitive neuroscientist, and experimental physicist researcher. He will present results of detailed statistical analysis of experimental data on the cycle of creation of knowledge and meaning in human brains under multiple cognitive modalities, which combine various audiovisual stimuli leading to different mental states, including relaxed and cognitively engaged conditions, where significant differences are demonstrated between engaged brain states that require sensory information processing to create meaning and knowledge for intentional action, and relaxed meditative brain states with less demand on psychophysiological resources. He will also briefly explore the different kinds of meanings that may lead to different brain dynamics and behavioral responses.
So basically the talk as presented in the mini conference is called Meaning, Values, and Cognitive States. And I'm going to talk about that, and it's going to be based on this paper here. Based on this paper, Information Theoretical Analysis and the Cycle of Creation of Knowledge and Meaning in Brains under Multiple Cognitive Tasks. There's a link to that if you want to access the paper. It's open access and we just published it recently. And when I say we, talking about Robert Cosma and Florian Schuler and myself. And this is being a really interesting journey in Kirk's Cognitive Neuroimaging Lab at the University of Auckland. That's where we conducted the research, which had a great support from the head of the lab, Ian Kirk, plus many others there that supported this process. And I'm very grateful to every one of them. Of course, I say that at the end of the talk, but I always like to open my talks when I remember with thanking people. So the talk overview is going to be an introduction where I will cover a brief history of the cycle of creation of knowledge and meaning and research questions associated with this study. I'm also going to talk about the materials and methods, the modality studies, what is the role of the Hilbert transform, which is a mathematical algorithm to actually deal with brain signals in a certain way. And then I'm going to present the results and conclusions and future perspectives. I hope that I'm going to be doing emphasis on these two areas. And we will go through the technical side of the presentation. We'll move a little bit swiftly or a little bit more, not fast, but with less time. So introduction. So let me tell you a little bit about what my research has been in the last maybe 20-something years. First of all, I wrote this thesis, a master's in cognitive science called The Brain of Melchizedek. And now I wrote towards a science of peace, inspired both on my scientific and engineering, systems engineering background, and my experience, my spiritual experience, leaving everything behind and walking in faith all over the world for many years. And so, of course, I had this scientific worldview, which is a very good thing. And I also started to become very cognitively aware of what the University of Life was presenting me as my homework, let's put it that way, to keep it academic. And all the realizations and revelations that I was deriving from my spiritual journey, and then also how to integrate that into what I already knew in my former life as a consultant and musician, teaching at university and things like that. And life took me by the hand. I didn't have to really plan this. It just kind of happened, even though when things were happening, I was aware of that. So I was aware of meanings. I was aware of values. I was aware of meaningful moments, or what Carl Jung called synchronicities, of things that start to happen without me pushing anything in any direction, but they were meaningful in the way that I've been, let's say, pondering about, I need to meet somebody on a certain level of science to have a conversation with them. And I will sit down by the park and a total stranger would sit down near me and we start to talk about those particular subjects I was considering, let's say, a night before of that day. And then to find out that the person was a professor and he would like to have a conversation later, and so these kind of events were very salient in that journey. And so I endeavored to integrate all that experience with brain field dynamics, heart rate variability, and psychophysiological coherence, basically based on heart dynamics, social harmony and sovereignty, which was important to me and my family when I was born, the personal individual sovereignty in the context of a society which values personal sovereignty under a creator or under a higher power or a collective kind of consciousness where we're part of a whole and as an ideal which is integrated. And of course, that took me to transpersonal psychology, where I mainly studied deeply Piaget, Jung, and Maslow, and also William James and others, and intentionality and Walter Freeman, whose work was based on Aquinas, and he criticized Brentano for being a representationalist, but both Robert and I and Granulate rescue Brentano to the side of intentionality and Aquinas and Merleau-Ponty and others. And there is a paper published about that. So basically, all this big picture of my work, it's all geared towards the science of peace and an understanding of the interplay between spiritual value, perception, inner peace, and social harmony. And today, I'm going to focus on this area, brain field dynamics and the creation of knowledge and meaning in different cognitive states. And so with that, then came, so with that, I have to do justice in this topic to where my interest in dealing with the subject of creation of knowledge and meaning for intentional action was inspired in terms of brain dynamics and systems neuroscience. And for those who don't know Walter Freeman, I had the privilege to know him, became a good friend of him, a close collaborator in the last 5 years of his life. And he passed in 2016. But the legacy, I think, if I had to summarize the legacy of Walter Freeman in systems neuroscience, cognition, and consciousness would be the word meaning. And the reason why I say that is because Walter himself insisted that the currency of the brain was not information only, as sensory information that impinges on our senses is meaningless. It's only internally the brain that through memory and learning puts together meaningful gestalts, as some people like to call objects of attention that become meaningful. And those objects of attention that become meaningful allow us to then decide if we can passively respond to a stimuli which is salient and meaningful to us, or actively we have to do something about it. And of course, meaning, it's a big word, and it's sometimes confusing for people to disentangle what in the world we're talking when we say the word meaning, because what's the meaning of meaning anyway? And so in order to start that process, which I'm not going to fully do justice today because we have limited time, I'm just going to mention 3 categories of meaning for now. Semantic meanings, which are words and pointers to external objects or internal states, like that's a rock and I'm feeling good. Good mean the internal state, what I'm pointing out somehow. Then there is pragmatic information, pragmatic meanings, which is the meanings I derive by body language. When I see people grabbing a bike, and I kind of derive a meaningful knowledge that the person is about to go for a ride or visit somebody or whatever. And also the meanings that are derived from my own internal states and introspection or meditative states, or my internal understanding of the world, when all these networks of meaning are playing out internally, make sense of what's going on in my surroundings and in myself and my relationship with others. So I would say that Walter gave us framework, a theoretical and empirical framework in systems neuroscience to deal with how the brain creates meaning and knowledge. And so if you see this picture here, well, I imagine you have seen this before, but if you haven't, well, what are the meanings that emerge from that picture are very diverse for different people. Basically, there are types of meaning, or 3 types of meaning that maybe could emerge from that picture. One is that it's absolutely meaningless, a visual art which is abstract. The other one is that there is an elder woman depicted here in this caricature, where this is the mouth and this is the nose and hair and scalp and all that. And the other one is that there is a young woman here, where this is the chin of the woman and the nose of the woman, the eyebrows and the ears of the woman, and the young one here. So really, these are 2 categories of meaning that are embedded in here, and the brain is going to have to put that together, whether you go, it's a young woman, or it's an elder woman, or even farther, no, there is both things there, or there's nothing there. It's meaningless. And so that's basically the legacy that Walter left for me and for others, how to deal with meaning, knowledge, and intentional action. So this is the bibliography that he wrote, his first book in systems neuroscience, mass action in the nervous system. Then he moved to the neurodynamics, field neurodynamics, and exploration in mesoscopic brain dynamics. By mesoscopic, he basically meant small regions, neural populations that he called neuropils, of about 10,000 to 100 neurons interacting with each other and feeding back with each other, creating field dynamics depicted here in regions of the brain. And then this book that he wrote with Kian Quiroga on how to image brain function with EEG and create spatial temporal patterns to analyze and understand better brain dynamics. He later moved to the area of cognition, where he wrote with Robert Cosma this book called Cognitive Phase Transition in Cerebral Cortex, Enhancing the Neuron Doctrine by Modeling Neural Fields. And he derived inspiration, Walter, from Lashley and Carl Pribram and many others. So the other aspect of his the literature he left is Mind, Intentionality, and Behavior. And basically, there are two important books that he wrote: The Society of Brains, a study, a neuroscience of love and hate, and also How Brains Make Up Their Minds. And I think those books are very interesting. I read them all. I recommend them for whoever wants to understand how brain dynamics that deals with meaning and intentionality towards a harmonious society ought to work. He mentioned music and dance as something very important that we humans can do to actually cooperate and collaborate and create harmony in the world. All right, so basically, these are the areas to summarize: systems neuroscience, computational neuroscience, cognitive behavior, intentional dynamics, and philosophical quest for the unity of brain, mind, and body that Walter dealt with in his life. So this study is built on the pioneering work of Walter Freeman on intentional neurodynamics can be actually accessed through these papers. And I think these three of many, many papers he wrote are very important foundational papers, which is nonlinear brain dynamics and intention according to Aquinas, Neurobiological Theory of Meaning in Perception, Part 1, Information and Meaning in Non-Convergent and Non-Local Brain Dynamics, and how and why brain create meaning from sensory information. How does the brain participate in the creation of knowledge and meaning for intentional action? That's a very important question for the big picture of this research. How do oscillatory systems like the brain respond to activities of different kinds like meditation or mathematical analysis? And what are the implications? Basically in the area of general well-being, spiritual and behavioral values, and social harmony and social contract. So what did we do here was an experiment where we placed an electrode of 128, a network of 128 electrodes on brain scalp. And from that electrode network, we created a matrix representing, one electrode, in the positions of the matrix. And these colors tell you which area of the brain this matrix is representing, the prefrontal, the frontal, and so on. And from this matrix, we displayed the signals of that particular electrode in time, and also because all the electrodes are spatially distributed in that matrix, we saw a picture in space. And this picture represents a moment in time of what the brain is doing. So for us, whatever the signal is, maybe entropy, dominant frequency, whatever the signal we want to plot, this is a dynamical system represented as a movie, step by time step of spatial arrangements. And that's basically what we did. The 6 modalities we experimented with was scrambled words. You see these waters, but the brain kind of puts that into words almost effortlessly. So we presented people with scrambled words and asked them some questions. If they pressed the button, then we knew that they understood the meaning of the question and also the meaning of the word. And then we also gave these ambiguous images. You can see a rabbit on that side and kind of a duck image on that side or nothing. And we presented ambiguous images. So we asked people, well, how many meanings you see, 1, 2, or 3? And so according to the answers of the people, we knew they understood the questions. So there was semantic meaning acknowledged and also intentional action, pressing the button to answer which kind of meanings, they saw. And then we had also arithmetic operations like 7 times 7 equals 49. They had to reduce it to 4 plus 9 equals 13 until they exhausted all the sums of the digits of the numbers. And they have a number here, so they have to key that in the keyboard. So we know that they had the right answer. So also we know that they understood these kind of meanings and that they could key the words in the computer keyboard. So also we provide them with very beautiful affirmations for some people. They were beautiful for some others, maybe boring, but basically, there was a very pleasant female voice, which would say things like, you have peace in your heart and mind, or things like that. And then we wanted to know, and then we interchanged those phrases with gibberish, like blah, 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 blah. And then we wanted to know if the phrase had a meaning for them, and if it was a positive meaning or something, of whatever kind, and they had to key a response. And that was basically 20 participants. Half of them were meditators, generally speaking. They were not of any particular kind. And the other ones were not, were just people who, some were relaxed, some were stressed in their lives, generally speaking. And so with 20 participants in 6 modalities, we presented this study results. And basically, every single modality for every participant has 20 minutes in meditation, which we consider like 20 stimuli, 7 minutes of meditation, which we consider 20 stimuli. So that divide 20 by 7, and then you will see that every single 20 times 7, we have a little moment of time which the person is meditating of the total 7 minutes. And then we had 20 words per participant, 12 images, ambiguous images, 28 arithmetic operations, 20 pleasant sentences intermingled with gibberish sometimes. And then this was also a video time, which was watching a video with ambiguous messages and the song of John Lennon, Imagine. So these 2 activities, watching videos, audiovisual, and meditation, eyes closed, so visual, audio, and eyes closed, were passive. They didn't have to key any numbers. This was an audio stimuli, these 2, and these 2 were visual stimuli. So basically, we focus on audio-visual stimuli to understand the difference that they may create as contrasted with images, modalities where they're passive, in particular this one, there is no meanings or only internal meanings, let's put it like that, created by them. All right, so of course, in the pre-processing, we remove the artifacts, the 50 Hertz oscillations, which are typical in brain signal analysis. We filter the signals by band before we Hilbert transform them. And then we applied the Hilbert transform. From the Hilbert transform, we obtained 5 types of very important signals. One is the signal amplitude in that particular band, analytic amplitude, analytic phase, instantaneous frequency, and the pragmatic information index. Then, well, this is basically how the Hilbert transform looks mathematically. I'm not going to stop a lot there unless you have questions about that, and I can answer them later. But basically, you have a signal, then you calculate the complex conjugate of that signal. So you put an I here, and from that signal, which is the original signal and the complex conjugate in imaginary form, Then you have a complex number, you can calculate the modulus of that number, which gives you the analytic amplitude, and you can calculate the phase of that number, which is the angle in the complex plane, that particular number, which is S and S asterisks. So this is more or less, you know, the mathematical foundations, all of that, how you use the Hilbert transform to derive the analytic amplitude and analytic phase, which are important indices for our analysis. And, you know, for those of you who are better with geometric pictures, well, okay, so this is basically the original signal. The blue one is a sinusoidal perfect signal. Brain signals are not perfect sinusoidal. They change sometimes in frequency or in amplitude, and you're gonna see that in the analysis. But if you calculate the complex conjugate, then you get this signal shifted by 90 degrees. And if you put these two signals together, you get the circle. And from that circle, you can calculate where the signal is and the angle and the amplitude. And this is basically the Hilbert transform. So the following quantities are derived from EEG signals. I just said these two, AA, but they are derived for each of the 128 electrodes, the analytic phase also, and the instantaneous frequency. It's basically the derivative of this phase signal, which is calculated as the phase in time t minus the phase in time t minus 1 divided by 2 pi. So the derivative divided by pi gives us the instantaneous frequency, meaning what kind of frequency the brain is at in every step of the process, in every time step of the process. And of course, if the signal is filtered in certain bandwidth, then you expect that frequency dynamically to be moving in that bandwidth. But sometimes the signal jumps out of the bandwidth, and we call that an indeterminacy of the frequency of that signal in brain dynamics. So where is the brain frequency at that moment? It's indeterminate. So Walter Freeman experimented in his lab in Berkeley with rabbits. And basically, I'm going to introduce you to the work of Walter, which is foundational for the work I'm presenting today. So by showing you some elements of brain signals in rabbit echo experiments on visual stimuli. He also experimented with others, the olfactory bulb and so on. It's very famous in the Freeman literature, the papers on olfaction and all that, and also with auditory stimuli. But today I'm focusing on visual. So this is basically an experiment on a rabbit which has 64 electrodes implanted in the visual cortex. And that signal, which is recorded for, let's say here, 6 seconds, these are 6 seconds, it's filtered in the theta band, which is between 4 and 6 hertz, and the stimuli, the visual stimuli, is presented after the 3rd second. So all this time, the rabbit is basically doing what rabbits do in background activity, but here the rabbit has to deal with the processing of that stimuli, of that salient stimuli. So you see that the amplitudes are changing dramatically, but also you see that here the amplitudes are moving in different directions. And that is accompanied with the analytic phase, which evidenced synchronized moments and moments of desynchronization. Okay, so what are these moments of desynchronization and synchronization? So both desynchronization and synchronization have a role to play in brain dynamics. And when they're desynchronized or when their amplitudes are going in different directions, you also have these desynchronizations where the frequency jumps, and we call that frequency jumps. The frequency should be down here in between 4 and 6 hertz, but suddenly the frequency goes sometimes to 10, 20, even 25 hertz. So they're out of the band pass. So that means that something has happened here. And in one of the books that I showed before, they call that kind of jumps phase transitions, cognitive phase transitions, which basically mean that the brain is trying to resolve the stimuli to move on to the next stimuli of the environment or internally and so on. So the pragmatic information index that I'm going to use in this analysis is a very important one. And I'm going to give some special attention here so that you understand a little bit of this index. First of all, in the paper Nonlinear Brain Dynamics as Macroscopic Manifestations of Underlying Many Body Field Theories, Walter Freeman and Giuseppe Mitiello wrote, the times of onsets of phase slips with respect to the conditioned stimuli varied unpredictably from trial to trial. So these synchronization moments, or phase slips as they call them here, varied from trial to trial. We found that the best predictor of the onset times of ordered AM patterns was the ratio of the rate of free energy dissipation to the rate of change in the order parameter, which basically is this pragmatic information index called HE in the time domain in their paper. And DET is the Euclidean distance between the amplitudes at one particular moment, how far all the channels are from each other as a vector. And also it can be calculated based on phase, which is the difference between the signals. How far are they from each other? If they're all synchronized, this should be 0. If they're really far apart, desynchronized, this should be a large number. So the ratio of these two, the amplitude squared, which is the energy, divided the derivative, which is the rate of change in the order parameter, which is a form of Euclidean distance of amplitude or phase, created this index of pragmatic information. And of course, if they're very desynchronized and low amplitude, this tends to 0. If this is high and this is high, more or less the same magnitude, tends to 1. And if this is very low and this is very high, that tends to infinity. So this is a very good indicator of what's happening in brain dynamics. We named this index pragmatic information after Atman-Spacher and Scheingraber, who presented this index and used it to construct tuning curves by which to locate AM patterns and find the best settings for the bandpass filters needed for application of the Hilbert transform. So basically, this pragmatic information index originated in the studies of Atman-Spacher and Scheingraber, and they used it to actually determine the onset of these AM patterns, which they called later on wave packets, and how the brain then responds to stimuli in terms of amplitude modulation, where this here signals the onset of this amplitude modulation moment. And with that, I show you the stimuli presented to the rabbit here, background activity here, third second, and then this is the work of Robert Cosma, myself, and Walter. And basically, I came up, with this analysis in 2011 together with Robert and presented it to Walter, and he really liked it, and so he joined in. And basically, I used pragmatic information to describe the cycle of creation of knowledge and meaning as a hypothesis. And the cycle presents brain signals after the stimuli, where I call this one the O moment. Imagine that you're looking at the sky at night and you see a strange object moving, which is luminous. Suddenly you're in awe because you've never seen something like that. And you're kind of blind. Your attentional system is taken by that. But then you start to try to classify that thing. Is it a UFO? Is it a shooting star? Is it a meteorite? What it is? So I call that moment chaotic exploration. And you see the pragmatic information goes really high at that moment. And that means that the brain, it's signaling the onset of the amplitude modulation patterns, which is try to classify or carry the information, those amplitude modulations patterns of what kind of meaning it's created in the brain, not the content of the meaning, but the meaning, energetic pattern signature of the brain dynamics. It's somehow created here. And then there is a moment of drop, which is the aha moment. And then we call it like that. All these labels are arbitrary. And then, you know, the aha moment is, what do I do with that? Do I run away? Is it a UFO? It's coming for me? Or do I stay? It's just a beautiful shooting star and nothing's happening, or it's a satellite? And so then comes another peak, which is called chaotic integration. What do I do with that? So this aha moment is, no, this is a shooting star, or this is whatever. And then and it can be a bad classification. It doesn't matter. It's just a classification. And then what do I do with that? Is chaotic integration. And then the brain returns to background activity. And it moves on from stimula to stimula. Of course, this is lab data, and this is the average of many trials. But the question is, what happens for human data? And this is basically a signal of one stimuli words, stimuli number 9, presented to participant 6. And you can see here that the analytic amplitude moves in very distinct way. This is 9 seconds, not 6 seconds. In the other one, you saw the brain resolving in 1 second the stimuli, but of course, a word will take for a human to resolve many seconds. In this case, around 3,000 and something seconds. And here you have the amplitude of the signal going high and very strong moments of synchronization. So this is the average of the 128 electrode signals. You see, this moment is very high amplitude. And this moment here, it's the average of a very high synchronization moment. So when you divide, you know, this average times the value of this, you get these peaks. And this peak is exactly at that moment. You can see it. And I've calculated the pragmatic information index via the method of Walter, and via this is the method of Walter, and via the method we used, which is based on phase instead of amplitude distances. What's the distance between the signals instead of this one? And you can see that they create a very clean signal of this process of pragmatic information. We also did that by windows. We took this signal and said, well, what's happening with this index if we kind of group time windows? And this is what happens. So we can see by time window what's happening with the brain. And all these signals that this is the average of all these ones, but these ones are groups of electrodes which represent the different areas of the brain. Now, this analysis is a global analysis of the brain, but we intend to do this region by region later in later future studies. But here you can see both pragmatic information indices calculated based on phase and based on amplitude. Now, this is those signals put in this kind of graphics or picture where you can see all the cortices, prefrontal, frontal, central, temporal, parietal temporal, and occipitotemporal, and where the pragmatic information index is more significant, where the amplitudes are more significant. You can see all these regions around here, but the pragmatic information it's more stringent of which areas are really significant here. And you can see them right here. These areas in these periods of time, okay? So these areas are more strong, prefrontal cortex and frontal cortex. But today, we're not focusing on areas of the brain. So which frequency bands we analyze? Theta, alpha, low beta, high beta, low gamma, and high gamma. And basically, we asked people after a presentation of stimuli was set in the computer to press the button, which usually it's, for that particular stimuli happened 3.5 seconds later. We recorded all that information, and with that, we analyzed our results. Now, there are other sets of important indexes that we derive from pragmatic information. Basically, the mean number of peaks per second, and as a classifier to the tasks, the mean time between peaks, which we call quiet processing, because the brain is not producing or not computing meaning or creating meaning, which means less energy consumption. So that means for us quiet processing. And mean peak time of peak, we call it like that, which is intensive processing. This is when the brain is trying to resolve the stimuli or the set of stimulus or internal meanings. Then we calculated the percentage of quiet processing time along the whole stimuli and intensive processing time. And this is basically what we did. Let's say this is the same stimuli in two different bands, high gamma and alpha. We chose these two bands because there is in the literature a linkage reported between the two. And of course, we set up a threshold which we explored in different ways. And then we kind of chose this one as the best threshold that we could choose to properly select what we would call the peaks. If there are very small distances between peaks, we group them as one peak. And if there are very small peaks and long distances between them, we reject them. So basically, after applying that methodology, we get a number of peaks per modality. Let's say meditation, words, images, MathMind, mathematical sentences, and the video watching in the different types of bands, theta, alpha, low beta, high gamma, low gamma, and high gamma, low beta, high beta, low gamma, high gamma. And you can see already from this visual inspection that meditation in all bands have way less peaks than the video watching and the sentences, and even the words. But images have less peaks, almost or equally at the level of meditation. So this is the collapse of all these measurements with their interval of confidence for the whole, for all the bands. So this is all modalities in the theta band and so on. So you see that there is kind of a linkage here between the alpha and the high gamma, generally speaking. And then the modalities, you can see that meditation across all bands, across all these bands, meditation and images are the lowest ones, but they're more or less the same because the interval of confidence, of course, doesn't allow to distinguish them. They're overlapping. But sentences, certainly, it's way more intensive in number of peaks per second than images and meditation, and these two modalities are kind of on the same level. So we start to see that there is a difference in number of peaks, meaning in moments of pragmatic information that these bands and modalities are presenting us with. Now, here you see the detailed story of the number of peaks per second. So this is per modality. Look, meditation presents a very different behavior than all the rest of modalities. And even though images present, small numbers, in alpha and gamma, high gamma, they present similar numbers, and that happens for all bands. There is a linkage. These are the two highest bands for all modalities, alpha and gamma. So that signals to us that meanings are related to gamma, and alpha, it's kind of the onset or the gating band, as Walter would used to call, and Walter et al. Used to call that band, a gating band. So that signals the onset of the stimuli together with pragmatic information that modulates what happens in the brain in terms of creation of knowledge and meaning. And that's the hypothesis that they tested. So we are building on that hypothesis, and we're verifying that there is definitely here in this study a linkage between alpha and gamma. But the most important thing here is that a meditative state, which is a passive task, they don't have to resolve it. It has less peaks per second than all these different activities. And words have the most peaks per second together with sentences and perhaps video, which is an auditory stimuli with a visual. This is auditory and this is visual. So visual, auditory, auditory, visual. Now, passive image, just watching an ambiguous image will set you in a kind of quiet, relaxed state until the meaning emerges, because there is nothing to resolve. So watching an image which is ambiguous is kind of a meditative state. So that's why we think that these two are so similar. And interestingly enough, solving a mathematical problem has also very similar features as watching. So basically, solving a mathematical problem could also be suggestive of a meditative state, or an arithmetic task that it's easy to solve, that it's not a very big, equation that we have to think deeply, that kind of arithmetic state. Well, playing Sudoku is kind of that. So I gather that maybe playing Sudoku may be a meditative task or something like that, a relaxing task. So this is basically our result. These are the different bands. You can see that the number of peaks in the theta band is reduced. That's expected. And the high gamma, again, and the alpha gamma are showing very clearly, the highest values. And this band shows the lowest values for all of them. But in meditation, it's definitely distinct. Low beta, high beta, and low gamma from all other bands. So that tells us that we cannot classify a task with one band only. We need all bands. And not only that, but we need more than one index. That's why we complement that with other studies in entropy and skewness coefficients and kurtosis analysis, and to obtain similar results. So basically, these are the interval of confidences. You can see images and meditation are in high gamma, the ones that had the least peaks per second. Meditation has in high gamma less than here. This is where we conjecture meaning is created. So that would mean that there is less effort in meaning creation in meditation than in high gamma. And of course, in alpha, the onset, these three are very similar, but these two are the ones that have the less amount of peaks per second. Okay. So we tested the hypothesis for n peaks per second means between the alpha and high gamma bands for each modality, and it's important to know that we accepted H0, the hypothesis that the means were the same for p-values greater than or equal to 0.05, while we rejected for values smaller than 0.05. So basically, an accept is labeled as 0, a reject is labeled as 1, and 0 star indicates a just accepted with a value marginally greater than 0.05. And of course, with 20 participants, this is probably questionable, so that we need more participants in the future. So like, for example, 0.06, that's very close. But for the other ones, for the accept or reject, they were very significant values. Okay, so this is for the gamma band, and for the alpha band, the accepts and rejects. And you can see here that these are very different than the means, are very different than the mean of meditation in terms of number of peaks per second. This is just an accept, so it's dubious. We show that in the graph, that these two could be, the Sudoku, let's say, or arithmetic could be a form of meditation. And the video is just an accept. So watching a video with the music of John Lennon, it could also be taken as a form of meditation, and images definitely was, very similar to meditation. And we have a similar comparison for every single band. And okay, so what are the conclusions from that? Well, you can see the same stuff over there. Here, mean numbers per second for the alpha and gamma bands with error bars. So in meditation, images, meditation, it's smaller than words for sure. It's smaller than this one and this one, but it's not smaller than that one or that one. And particularly, I would focus on the gamma band, okay, where they are different. All right, so to understand the next part of the analysis, time between peaks are these times between the peaks, and times of peaks are these times of peaks. And with that, we have this probability distribution. So this cut off here tells you that there is no peak times less than 50 milliseconds. We throw them out. And there is also this bimodality here in alpha, which is interesting, that we're still trying to find out what that means. That means maybe there are many onsets of different kinds of meaning set in motion. So that could be in human data, the situation. And in the gamma band, we have the times of peaks, and you can see again the cutoff. And this signals that 80% of the peaks are below 100 milliseconds. So the time of the peaks are below 100 milliseconds. But see, already you can see differences between distributions. And meditation and sentences have the longest peak durations. Meditation and images have the shortest one, red and green, okay? And similarly, we can analyze the time between peaks, and also there are distinctions between bands, and these are, the different types of peaks for every single modality for every participant. And you can see that there is a variability in participants too. And that's important to take in consideration because no brain is the same, and so on and so on.
We start summarizing, Joshua?
Yep, I'm going there right now. Time of peak per modalities. Okay, so this is a summary of all these things that we saw there. So times of peaks, you can see that too here. It's in meditation, smaller and image smaller than the rest. Meditation and image smaller than the rest. And the same happens for the alpha band. You can see that here. And so basically these are formulas I'm not going to touch on. And these are also the distributions, the percentage of processing time and time between peaks. And here is the percentage of intensive processing time. So the brain spends very little in processing time compared to the other modalities, but image spends, around the same of the brain from these bands. And you can see that the brain is less intensive processing in meditative states. And basically summarizing, the largest ones are in theta are words and video, meditation and mind are the less ones. So you can see a pattern here. Words, video, sentences, words, word, sentences, and words, video, and sentences, words are the largest in terms of intensive processing, while meditation and mind, images, meditation, images, all of these ones are the smallest ones. And I'll drop that one and this one for now. And I'm going to say, well, okay, what are our conclusions? Based on a comprehensive evaluation of EEG measurements, we conducted the study that you just described. We followed and through the pioneering work of Walter Freeman on intentional neurodynamics and the creation of knowledge and meaning. Our main focus are our meditative states and what they could mean in terms of general well-being values and meaningful intentional actions. And when we value someone or something, this person or thing becomes meaningful to us in turn. What is meaningful we value. So love, light, truth, and unity are meaningful as abstractions and experiences across people in the world. They impinge on social relationships and contracts like marriages and constitutions. Inner transformations, new insights, and higher meanings help us refine our intentions and redefine our goals. We intend to conduct similar studies with a larger database of participants to deepen our understanding of the cycle of creation of knowledge and meaning as reflected in pragmatic information, better grasp the biophysics and neuroenergetics of brain related to different categories of meanings. And then we performed the statistical analysis that you just saw. These are basically the indexes that we touched on. You can see them in, when you see the video again. I'll leave the screen for a moment while I talk. And we conducted a thorough analysis of these variables and found important. The analysis showed that H, gamma, and alpha frequency bands demonstrate high peaks across the pool of 20 participants, except for theta and alpha frequency bands. The meditative modality shows the lowest NPS values in accordance with previous studies. Brain dynamics variables serve as a classifier. This provides a novel quantitative support to previously established relationships between the alpha and high gamma band, and non-invasive tools combined with biofeedback system may be useful to prevent or identify and rectify cognitive neuroscience challenges and potential pathological conditions. This topic requires further detailed investigation and, of course, a rigorous statistical hypothesis analysis with a larger database, which are beyond the present work. The derived information, theoretical indices can be considered as promising candidates for the estimation of intensive processing periods in brain, potentially suitable to differentiate between high and low energy consumption modalities. To compare modalities and characterize their behavior, we may use complementary measures such as information and entropy index, amongst many others. And meanings are veiled to brain dynamics measurements, yet they are veiled, very salient, and revealed in human experience. This forces us to consider that the creation and valuation of our most precious meanings ought to be understood by first, second, and third person perspective science, and we hope these studies help to improve the condition for enhancing human potential, well-being, and meaningful behavior responses, something that could be explored both experientially and scientifically from an early age. I just want to dedicate this work to the memory of my beloved friend, and I say our beloved because Robert and many others like Dan knew Walter, and so he was my beloved friend, and I imagine he was beloved by many. I want to dedicate this presentation to the memory of Walter, wherever he may be. Thank you, Walter. And my sense of deep gratitude goes to my close collaborators, of course, Walter, Robert Botman, Grant Gillette, Paul Werbos, Giuseppe Vitiello, Florian Schuler, and Song-Shul Ji. Vima and fellow researchers at the students of the Neurolab in Auckland University, Sarah, Kerry, Karen, Khalid, Carl, Colin. All of them are amazing friends and amazing colleagues and collaborators, which I'm very grateful for in my life, that I give to my life, and the rest of the team at the Embassy of Peace in Whirianga as well. And all the participants whose names must remain undisclosed. In New Zealand, in Maori, we say ka nui te mihi. Thank you so much. Questions and answers. Thank you, Kerry, and thank you for your patience for this talk.
Wonderful. Thank you, Joshua. Questions? Anybody? We've got lots of clapping going on.
Okay.
Song or Dan's jumping in there. There you go, Dan.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
a couple of
Jerry?
Dan's just going to ask a question, Song. If you just let Dan speak, and then I'll let you know when.
All right.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah. A couple of things. First of all, what exactly is the math MM modality? What's being transmitted there?
All right. So basically, if I ask you, I give you some rules of computation. And the rules are, I'm going to give you a number, a 2-digit number, and you're going to take the 2 digits and add them up. And then you're going to if that adds to 2 digits, you're going to add them up again until you get 1 digit. And I would like you to do that mentally. So if I gave you the number 49, which I display there, you'll go in your mind, 49, I'm just rehearsing it outside, but in the mind, you will go 49 equals 4 plus 1, which is 13. And that's 2 digits, so that's 1 plus 3, which is 4. 1 digit. Let me key in the computer number 4. And that's the math mind modality. So we presented several stimuli of that kind to each participant.
Okay, so it's not something that takes apparently very detailed kind of mathematical thinking, reasoning, or calculation. Because, I mean, since the beta waves are related to attention and problem solving, I was a little bit surprised that they didn't come up there. But now that I understand what you did, I realize that it's not something that involves major, really major thinking or calculation. It's just...
They're basic arithmetic operations. They're not complex mathematical problems.
Right.
And you're right about the beta. I can show you that very quickly here again. You're very right about the beta because here, let's go to this one first, number of beats per second. Here, you can see that in meditation, the beta is significantly smaller in terms of number of beats per second than the math mind. The beta, you see? So you're right about pointing out that. But beta in math mind, it's smaller than, for example, processing words and sentences. So that arithmetic operation is relatively smaller than these two, but relatively bigger than the beta of meditation.
Right. Okay, and I just also wanted to, Sung had something, but I also wanted to comment that...
Sung?
No, wait. Let us Dan finish. Just let Dan finish because I don't want to cut your thought process. Keep going, man.
Yeah. In terms of the kinds of modeling and theory, it's sort of a different type of approach than the approach that was in my talk. It's sort of looking at the whole brain and seeing what you find versus looking at a particular function and then figuring out what parts of the brain play a role in it. But I think that, I don't think the two forms of modeling are in opposition to each other. They can complement each other.
I totally agree. I think that not they can, but they should, and we should make an effort as a community of researchers to integrate the information from the neurobiological, hormonal bottom-up with the top-down analysis that we're doing. So the chemistry of the brain with the field dynamics, electrical dynamics of the brain and behaviors ought to be integrated. That's why I think that the book that Robert and Walter wrote was about complementing the neuron doctrine. But you've gone farther than that, Dan. You've put the hormonal system in there. You went to the neurotransmitters. So you're really in the chemistry of the brain together with the chemistry of the hormonal system, the whole body, and how that plays out in behavior, which I think it's a very important kind of study. And then we need to understand that in the context of how we modulate our own meanings, how we choose our own meanings, how we discard our meanings. Like when people say to me, that guy is a bad guy, and I go, wait a moment, am I allowing am I allowing myself to actually say that as my own meaning of the guy? or am I to actually go and engage with the person and let my brain derive its own meanings and my whole experience of the person? And so that also will affect the hormonal system. So I can already see how you and I could interact in many ways to actually portray a even better, greater picture the brain from different angles. I completely agree with you that.
And Joshua, you can look at your sentences and your words for the different types of things they stimulate. Words that are proper nouns that stimulate an image for processing as compared to something like love and hope that stimulate more vague semantic things that are processed in different ways. And those will lead to different areas that then link back to Dan's research, the hormonal stuff, which parts are I can't even think of it now. Hippocampus, starting right with the hippocampus through the whole limbic system. That's the word I was looking for, limbic system. But you'll have different areas of processing for the different types of meaning in the words, the sentences, and the video. Those aren't present necessarily in the math, images, and meditation. You can guide those with the math. You're doing simple math. With the images, you could use guiding ones which are just nature, or things that are complex, geometric things. Or in the meditation, you can do guided meditation, or a meditation where you say, think of nothing, try to think of nothing. And those will lead to differences, I think, in the things that you're talking about.
Heather, you're so intuitively tuned to this study, because I'm telling you, the words that we choose. Now listen, yes. You just almost literally mentioned this. The words that we choose, which I haven't said that in the presentation, were categories, okay? And they were randomly displayed, the two categories. One category was spiritual values, like love, unity, truth, humor, and so on. The other category was natural objects, like rocks, sand, and so on. And so they had to classify with number one, key one, number one, if it was a value, and number two, if it was an object of nature.
I bet it took longer for the value.
We have the response time. So that's an analysis for another study. We have that response time analysis pending for another paper. So spot on that intuitive, you picked up on that really nicely. Thank you. And I think all your comments, both Dan and yours so far, will add value to the studies we're doing. They already do.
It's beautiful stuff you're doing. This is fabulous. I love it. And I love the differences across both words, just words, sentences, but then the whole video, you take a process. And I love the difference in the visual processes compared to just the cognitive that you get from sentences. Because then the other thing with the words and the sentences, those are also auditory, because we have the auditory code. Every time we read something, you hear the word. Most people do. You hear the word in your head. So again, that's going to be different than the video and the images and the math and I'm loving this, Joshua. This is really cool stuff you're doing.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, Sung, you want to jump in there?
I agree with the last speaker, Joshua. You are into something very profound, and we are in the very beginning of this field, and I see a great future along the line you're following. So what you're basically doing is to measure brain functions. And there's a great similarity between what you're doing with the EEG and what you're doing with the messenger RNA levels measured from breast cancer tissue. There, the signal is mRNA levels, and you're measuring EEG. Mathematically, they're same. They are numbers, set of numbers. And just as we have found that messenger RNA levels measured from breast cancer tissues can be represented by what we call RNA QR code, which is very useful you may be able to do the same thing. You may be able to represent what you found about EEG as a function of modalities as a EEG QR code. So each mental function may have its own QR code, just as we have found RNA QR code for cancer tissues. And then you can use it for practical purpose, just as we are now using QR code to develop a new drug for cancer. You may be able to use your EEG QR code as a method to practical use. For example, a lot of people do meditation, including myself, but we don't know what that meditation is doing to our brain. But you may be able to monitor the effect of meditation on the EEG QR code, and that will provide you a means to monitor the effectiveness of QR code. That would be one practical application. In the process, we may learn a lot about brain functions. So I would recommend that you've done an excellent job of detailed measurement, but couple that to practical application. And that will cause phase transition in your field, I think.
Thank you. So no, I think that's a good comment. And that's why that ties up with our desire to do biofeedback systems and meditation focused activities or other activities which, with the aid of a biofeedback system, may help the person to determine which are the cognitive states that that person wants to exist in. So instead of people telling them, this is good for you, this is bad for you, no, the person can have a biofeedback system and gauge with first-person introspection, observation of themselves. I like the way I feel now, and this is my biofeedback signature. So I'm going to target that biofeedback signature in order to feel better. And that could happen too with neurotransmitters. If we could target non-invasively neurotransmitters and hormones, we could actually, kind of design dynamically with a biofeedback system at that level. That's easy to say, hard to do. But we could track down what kind of hormonal expression and neurotransmitter expression suits us the best to perform cognitively and internally, peacefully and with clarity. So yeah, thank you, Song. That's a really good suggestion.
Yeah, so the monitoring of the effect of, say, meditation can be done from a first-person perspective, which is currently the only way. But using your technique, if you can come up with a way of transforming all those numbers and analytical result into EEG QR code, then that will provide us with a third-person perspective numbers, which would be both billion-dollar industry.
I'll leave the billion-dollar industry to your chair. I will focus on the work at hand, which for me it's inner peace and social harmony. But I understand that everything needs to work together with everything else. So that's very clear to me. So maybe when I'm next time in Florida or in the meanwhile, we can start to see how we can touch people to actually participate in this kind of investigations, studies, conversations, etc.
And another thought that comes to me is that once you get a QR code, you see, you may be able to utilize LLM and convert that into voice. So you have a person speaking, articulating the state of your own brain. A third person articulation. That is not a fantasy. Now it's possible with AI development.
Those are
keep in
brilliant
mind
ideas.
that, and I'll continue to meditate on that. But I think Hal and I are on the same camp.
And
We're
Hal
just
has
very
his hand
wary about
raised.
that. Huh?
Hal
Thank
has
you,
his
Kelly.
hand raised, so we'll let him jump in because we've gone into
Heather.
our half an hour break, and we have our next speakers going to be starting in like 5 minutes. So if we can,
have Hal and we have Heather. And
Hal and
anybody
Heather,
else.
we'll tie up Hal first, and then Heather jump in, and we'll finish up there.
Well, I have comments about both Heather and Sung's comments, but I also cataloged about 5 or 6 questions, and I don't want to take up the time to go through them because of the time pressure. But I just wanted to say something that sounds like praise or something, but I don't intend it as praise. I intend it to mean something else. I'm very impressed with the high level of you and your group's professional development. And it implies to me a broadly enriched language and an experimental and theoretical possibility for discourse, for speaking the language, as a function of just the few years that you've been doing this in Auckland. And so, in effect, you've created or enriched Freeman's discipline with new language. And this is the discipline of meaning analysis. And so, in the sense, there's a broader effort in neuroscience. I guess the other questions would involve pathways to contribute to this new discipline.
Hal, since I need to do justice to Dan's work too, because I said I love it. You know, I had to talk about my emotions. My eyes are watered with your comment. I'm
okay. Well, I have to mention one of the questions.
I'll tell you why.
One of the questions I'm not going to ask Joshua.
No, but that comment is very meaningful. I'll tell you why.
In your original chart, in which you highlighted the points that integrated for your work that you showed us, you missed one thing, and I don't know where it fits. And I'm not asking you to answer it now because I promised I wouldn't ask all these questions. But the question is, where does the optical quantum mechanics work fit into that picture? Don't answer it now, please.
No, but I want to tell you why my eyes were. I want to tell you, and you need to know this because you are the stimuli to my fear. You mentioned that I've enhanced somehow the work of Walter, and let me tell you that if that is so, if that really is so, this is what I promised Walter I would do. I would build on his work before he passed away. So if you're saying that, I don't take that lightly because that's very meaningful to me, because that's almost my last conversation with Walter. I'll take care of knowledge and meaning. Don't worry. I'll do the best that I can with that. And so thank you for mentioning that. It was very meaningful to hear that.
You're welcome.
I'll email you mine, Joshua. It's about chaos and the data that you were not doing, the low frequency, low amplitude, low frequency data. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'll email you my question. It's not really, it's a thought. You know, I'm sitting here cogitating on the various time frames and the different kinds of analyses that I understand. So you've done some that are beyond me, which I love and I'm going to grapple with. But I'm thinking of my knowledge of Walter Freeman was chaos, that he found chaos in the resting noise. And your low level stuff, I want to know if there's something sitting in that low level stuff that you weren't including because you wanted to see the big stuff. You wanted the big stuff to stand out, but that low level stuff might be interesting in a chaos. That might be necessary for us to get to the next stage of processing.
I hope you share that dialogue with Joshua and the group, because it's a very rich topic.
Yes,
No,
it
and
is.
I
It
agree.
is.
I agree. I
You do
focus today on what I focus, but let me tell you, the
Yes.
phase transitions on pragmatic information, they
Yeah.
they implicitly carry the chaos, the chaotic attractor signal. I'm
I
not
bet.
showing the relationship between them, but I can tell you that there is a paper we wrote, Robert and I and Walter, where we analyze the spectrum, log spectrum on both sides, and we show the connection between the log slope, the slope of the spectrum, and the Hurst exponent and the fractal dimension. So we've done
Okay.
that analysis somewhere. I know I have those analysis somewhere
Cool.
in my records.
That's
So we can
cool.
talk about that anytime
That's
via Zoom or,
yes.
or in the group.
You're
Well,
doing
you
fun
need to
stuff.
connect. You need to connect those results, Joshua, with Dan Toker's work at the neuroscience.
Yes. Yes.
In Helen Wills Neuroscience in Berkeley. Now, he's not at UCLA, but this is important for him.
Okay. Anytime, Hal. Thank you for everything. I think we need to move on, yeah?
Next, we have joint speakers Alphonsus Vanouris and Minvadis Ragulskis. Excuse my pronunciation. They will be speaking on the relationship between environment and human organism, theory and applications. Alphonsus, Alpha is how I know him, is a cardiologist and professor, currently teaching biomedicine at the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. He is also a principal investigator at the Cardiology Institute. He has worked in the development of new diagnostic tools using complex systems theory in cardiology and healthcare. He is a member of the Scientific Advisory Board at the HeartMath Institute of the US and a frequent speaker at international conferences, alongside being a chief editor in Complexity in Science and Health Sciences journal. Minvadis Ragulskis is a full professor of applied mathematics and principal investigator at the Department of Mathematical Modeling, Kaunas University of Technology, Lithuania. He is a full member of the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, invited expert at Research Executive Agency, European Commission, member of the Council, Kaunas University of Technology, and member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the HeartMath Institute and the Mathematical Sciences Expert Panel, the Research Foundation, Flanders, Belgium. Alpha and Minvadis will introduce a new analysis technique for the evaluation of coherence within the human body and the degree of synchronization between the physiological state of a group of people and changes in the Earth's magnetic field based on their cardiac interbeat intervals. They will also present the results of the study where the complexity matching between cardiac interbeat intervals of the group of healers and the healee are evaluated during the meditation protocol by employing a novel mathematical approach based on the H-rank algorithm. They will demonstrate how subtle changes between the healers and the healee can be registered in the heart-focused meditation healing process. Okay, first up is Alphonsus.
Thank you. Introduction. I can show where we are placed, this Lithuania, just on another side of world. Between us, there is 11 hours of time shift. So in our country now is midnight, and we try to talk a little bit about those topics which were presented by Kerry. But now I can't. Okay, I am from University of Medicine in Lithuania, Kaunas, Minvydas from Technological University, from the same city, Kaunas, and there is our university. And here I want to take your attention that in last 2 years there was Nobel Prize. You all know, I think, in physics in 2022 and 2023, just in one kind of physics, in quantum physics. And it's very important that all those findings which are shown in such level should be, how to say, implemented in other fields, in biology, medicine, and so on. This change of our understanding of reality was shown by Greg Braden earlier, that our old model to understand our world not fit, and now it is changing. This old model and new knowledges appear, just including quantum field theory. And in this all levels, we try to understand our world. We find so-called complex systems. Complex systems, they consist from many elements connected, interacting non-linearly. All elements usually are collected. Complex system has structure in few levels: fractal structure and complex function. Complex system can suddenly change its behavior. Complexity overtake changes of processes between chaos and no chaos, and complexity overtake behavior between cooperation, synergy inside of structure, and concurrence outside of structure. And a feature of distributed management of complex system, synergy and system guiding, we can see in all those complex systems. So if we look to human organism, it is such a high-level complex system in high fractal levels, starting from quantum fields, energy part, and matter part. So all those fractal levels exist in our body and interact with each other. And in every this fractal level, we have different complexity features, and very complicatedly, all they are working in our all organisms as one holistic system. So how to touch to those very complicated, complex system? In our institutions, in our universities, we use for evaluation of those processes which are working in the human organism with such technologies. We try to measure fractal dimensions to evaluate system structure and to measure systems functionality when structure of processes could be evaluated in case of stationary long processes. We try to evaluate complexity of short processes, which could be evaluated by Hankel matrices, about which will talk Mygvydas Ragulskis, recurrent artificial neural networks, and matrix analysis of intersystem concatenations. And all those methods we try to use to understand human body complexity. Even in the 16th century, according to Zalius, we have three main systems. This is a periphery, so-called, yes, cardiovascular system, and regulatory systems. And in every our action, all those three systems work together. And periphery and regulatory system and supplying system are working together. We have elaborated such analysis system which allow us to look more deeply in human organism state and its functionality. And we use mainly ECG with all its parameters and intervals, and we using ECG can look in different fractal levels of human body, in human organism level with one set of parameters. With another set of parameters, we can look directly into human head function, and in subsystems level we can look as well. So in all those fractal levels we can have complexity parameters, and just according to theory they have such a feature that a higher longer time parameters have less complexity, and shorter parameters have a higher complexity. And how changes those complexities during different human functional states we can evaluate and can calculate and look how that complexity profile, according to Janer Baryam from New England Complex System Institute, we can evaluate this complexity profile. And we usually look into human physical body, periphery, supplying system and regulatory system, but as well the state of our body is influenced by our surrounding, by energetic features of our surrounding. And we, a long time, are working together with HeartMath Institute in California. They have presented to us a magnetometer. The same magnetometer is standing in New Zealand. And there are at this moment 6 working parameters in California, in HeartMath Institute, Canada, Lithuania, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa, and New Zealand. And all those data we can measure and see with our technologies. In 2015, in 2014, this magnetometer was implemented in our country, and in 2015 was made experiments such about which we will talk, and me and Minvydas Ragulskis, and we have about 20 persons in all those sites where magnetometer is standing. It's in California, Canada, and Lithuania, England, and New Zealand. It was managed by Kerry, this experiment. And about results and how we analyze those results, we will a little bit talk. It's well known that those energetic events, our magnetic field changes, and sun activity cycles are very well correlated with our social life. You see in red line there is sun spots, number of sunspots during different time, yes, and then in blue you can see social events which are just synchronized with those sun cycle spikes. here that spikes are repeated every about 11 years. It is cycle of Jupiter. It turns around Sun just in 11 year, and it goes in elliptic form, curve, and it come closer to Sun, and a lot of eruptions of Sun magnetosphere it evokes. And so those Sun spots appear just when Jupiter is more near Sun. And you see all those events are quite well synchronized. Solar wind hits our magnetosphere, and one part of particles come to North Pole, another protons come to North Pole, electrons come to South Pole, and evoke different events. And this bell of our magnetic field begins to ring, and it evoke electromagnetic waves which arise between our Earth and ionosphere, and those waves are called Schumann resonances. You can see that here just particles in North Pole, protons are accelerated in this magnetic field and hits atmosphere and evoke this aurora in North Pole. And if you will look to the spectrum of frequency of that aurora, you can see that there is 1 and a little bit a hertz frequency main, which is evoked by those aurora, and 1 hertz frequency is our heart. So when our heart is at rest, then it comes just to those frequencies, and we are just like guided by that frequency in our rest state. That local magnetic field was mentioned by German physicist Schumann, and he see that those Schumann resonances is between about 0.1 and 65 hertz, and all those magnetometers just fixate that interval of frequencies from very low to the gamma high frequency. So it was look like those Schumann frequencies when he firstly measured, but with bad antenna, and how those frequencies look like here. Here you can see 3 sites. This 001 is California, 003 it is Lithuania, 004 is Canada, and 005 is New Zealand. And you see a difference then here on every part in y-axis there is frequencies, and on x-axis is time according Greenwich time. So you can see that in night we have a decrease in the amplitudes of those frequencies. During day they rise up, and here you can see difference between, let's say, Lithuania and New Zealand. there was August. This was summer, and in New Zealand was at that time winter. So Schumann resonances are fluctuating according seasons. And here you can see those Schumann real resonances calculated by Kaunas Technological Institute from Minvydas Ragulskis group, and you can see all those parts: high delta, theta, alpha frequencies, beta, and gamma frequencies. Here, high peaks you see, and this green it's New Zealand, and blue one it's Lithuania. But you can see the very high peak in gamma activities in New Zealand as well as in Lithuania, and it fluctuates with time of the day. In night and morning it's not big, then it rises up and again goes down. So you see that all those frequencies just overlap with human brain frequencies, just the same alpha, the same beta, theta, beta and gamma, exactly the same, just the same frequencies. So our brain is working all time in resonance with those Schumann resonances. And here was this investigations in all our 5 sites around the world, and we see this correlation, not a real correlation, but about this correlation, geometrical correlation, how to say, every day. And in this day, 8th day of investigation, was all-time recorded heart rate and calculated heart rate variability. And you see that during this 8th day was made in all sites such a relaxation test, when heart math relaxation test was managed just at the same time in all 5 sites where magnetometers are situated. And you see that this correlation with between heart rate variability and at magnetic field just jumps up very, very seriously. That means that when you are in good condition, how to say, you have coherence inside of you in a human body, you are usually in alpha rhythm, then you quite well correlate with heart with at magnetic field. So it depends on our body state, this our interconnection between us and with heart at sorry. And we have looked how it is connected to different types of pathologies. Here you can see correlations between those frequencies, delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma, and number of myocardial infarction. And you can see that when we have low frequencies of Schumann resonances, delta theta alpha, then the number of myocardial infarctions decrease significantly. When we have high gamma activity, we have more high number of myocardial infarctions. So low frequencies have a positive influence to cardiovascular system, and gamma have negative influence. The same was measured, the same picture was shown when we measure with a questionnaire about human wellness, physical wellness, how they feel themselves, how fit they are. And when we have this again low frequencies, delta theta alpha, they say that they feel quite well, good. And when we have gamma, high frequency, they say not, we are exhausted. So in some sort we can take such decision that through these Schumann resonances, through magnetic field, somehow feed human organism, improve his well-being state. And we know how this happens, because it was investigations that just those low frequencies, they activate a function of mitochondrial function, and then mitochondria produce more adenosine triphosphate, and human feels just better. Many factors influence on that interaction, but we have such interaction. And now many different technologies appear, which can just through this energetic influence to help a human to feel good and to feel good. This energetic interaction can be seen by such how to say Killian effect. This is a photo from our finger, but it could be recalculated into human aura, how to say, which can be fixed by such a Korotkov technology. I didn't know, did you know this technology in New Zealand? But here in Western Europe, it is quite well known. It is produced by such Korotkov from St. Petersburg. And here you can see one woman. This is her aura and initial state, and you have seen it not such quite smooth. It somewhere there have this aura damages, and this initial state of that gal. Then for that gal, she didn't know when and who prayed for her. And after 5 minutes pray, you can see how was changed her aura. So all those meditations about which you have talked, and Joshua and many times talk Kerry, they improve our state And I think just through this, our connections with energetic fields and with quantum fields, through them, we can make such influence and how to say, make larger steps to the peace in the world. How you think, Joshua? Such aura have all material bodies in our universe. There is a aura of Earth, which was fixed and published in Nature journal just in last year. So it's a normal thing to look with such technologies into our body state. And in our ECG, we feel those effects as well, and we can calculate and measure them. How it could be made, we'll talk Minvydas, but we can measure processes of synchronization effect or in analysis, how religion affects our belief and our relaxation technologies, meditations, what influence have on our body, and how our body is connected to Earth magnetic field and how they are working just together, how they are interconnected. So this my part short. Sorry for my English, but it's late at night and I a little bit make fails. Excuse me. And I would like now to pass the word to Minvydas Ragulskis. His English is much more better. Sorry.
All right. So, yes. First of all, thank you very much for a nice introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to take part at this workshop. It's a great pleasure to see so many interesting talks, many interesting people, and such really wonderful insights into such interesting problems. Just from the practical point of view, how much time is left for me?
You've got like, say, 15 to 20 minutes left, but just
15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah,
all
but
right.
Go as you like. It's okay.
All right.
The next speaker is happy to let it go. So yeah.
Yes. So well, as already said, my profession is applied mathematics, so nothing to do with medical sciences or even cardiology. So said that, we have already more than 20 years cooperation with Professor Vainoras, and I can talk. I can say many anecdotes for especially for the beginning of this cooperation. For instance, you know, the ECG system, especially when we are working and trying to analyze the data. And when it's captured using the standard ECG instrumentation, I remember one of the first meetings we had, one of the first seminars, when Professor Vainoras was telling that they are using 12 derivatives for the capture of the signal. And I could not believe what I was hearing, You know, if you take a signal and you compute the derivative of the signal, it amplifies noise. What would happen if you do that 12 times in a row? And finally, we understood that the word derivative has different meanings in different specialities, meaning 12 channels. Nevertheless, I would like to start my presentation, but I don't know, should I share my screen or?
Yes, it will be better.
I think it would be better if I'm sharing my own screen.
I can stop share. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, great. I'll try to start mine. And I hope you can see my screen right now. So, I'm going to present 3 different problems, and keeping in mind all the time constraints, this will be short. But I'll start from algebraic relationships between cardiac intervals. Then I will continue with the relationships between the magnetic field, the Schumann resonances, and human behavior. And finally, I think I will try to finalize the presentation with the Healer circle data. So let's see how we can move forward. So this is the outline for the first part. And probably I need to skip it fast. I just would mention the importance of cardiac intervals and why we are focusing our attention to cardiac intervals, not interbeat intervals. First of all, that it gives much more detailed description of the transient processes happening in the cardiovascular system. Moreover, it helps to determine some specific relationships. And I don't know if I should go into mathematical details, because if I dig in, then the time will be just over. I can only say that we are using a special type of we call them perfect matrices of Lagrange differences, and we map them to a sequence of algebraic parameters defining the synchronicity between several multi-parameter time series. As I already mentioned, one of the major sources of our data are stress tests, the load and the recovery phases. And we are able to determine the self-organization of the cardiovascular system during the load and the recovery, different attractors, their stability, transient responses, finite time stabilization, and many other different issues. Anaerobic threshold, the detection of this threshold based purely on cardiac intervals. So this was quite an interesting work, quite recently published, and you don't need any other techniques. You don't need to take blood samples. You don't need to measure the exhaled air. just algebraic relationships between cardiac intervals. Then detection of ischemic episodes. Again, there's lots of things to be discussed, to be described, but I cannot dig in. Visualization of electrical stimulation of auricular vagus nerve. For what purposes? It's another story. It's it's quite a large body of work related to healing of different conditions. And again, there are lots of things to talk about. The understanding how the stimulation and placebo effects are working, and again, atrial fibrillation using higher dimension matrices, and again, I can only give a short description of what's being done there. The statistical descriptors and all the analytical techniques used to determine the probability for a person to get some fibrillation episodes based on short measurement intervals. Arterial blood pressure regulation during the stress test. Again, this triangle system connecting the regulatory, the executive, and the supply system, how we are managing to reconstruct those relationships between all these three subsystems, and how we are able to use statistical signatures for different type of regulations, and classifying healthy and unhealthy signatures of self-regulatory. Well, I think this should conclude, because if I'm starting talking a little bit in more detail, then immediately we skip all other points. Now, having discussed all these analytical and computational techniques we are using to extract information from ECGs, we may talk about the magnetometer signals, the network of global coherence system Professor Weinerus was talking about. And again, I need to present special techniques for the determination of the embedding dimension, embedding time delay, and well, that's again different methods which I'm again afraid we cannot dig a little bit deeper. Anyway, what I wish to explain, that if we use 5-minute observation windows, and those 5 minutes are chosen not accidentally, again, it's another story how the HIV, how the heart rate variability signals can be used to determine the person's attitudes, and if we are able to classify the optimal time lags from the point of the optimal attractor reconstruction. And Professor Weinerus was explaining that we had groups of 20 persons in each geographical location, and those locations were chosen to represent the network of magnetometers in the global coherence system. So if we are able to choose and to measure those data, then we are able to reconstruct the correlations between different persons and the variation of the local magnetic field, local Schumann resonances, and then we're able to identify the slow dynamics of this self-organization, of this correlation. And for all different persons, if we perform such statistical analysis, we are able to reconstruct the matrix of Euclidean distances and reconstruct the dendrograms. And the interesting situation for the dendrogram, it shows how close are different persons. For instance, person number 7 and person number 20, if we look at the variation of those time series, they are really looking similar. And if we continue the exploration of the psychological questionnaires captured for those 20 participants during the 2-week, 14 days experiment, and then reconstruct the graph of the evaluating interaction levels between participants, surprisingly, we see a close relationships between dendrograms and those psychological graph data, which is a proof that people who are feeling like friendly attitude to each other, they seem to have similar response to the perturbations excited by the variation of the local Schumann resonances. Again, this is a long story, and I want just to continue with the third part of the presentation, the Healers group experiment, and this is a quick introduction what has been done. And of course, all I am talking about now is based on the published content. So all the papers are there published in journals. Just a very short introduction. The concept of the H ranks, the concept of the complexity measure of time series, and how we are calibrating those algorithms to determine the variation of the complexity. And then this is the protocol of the Healers experiment. Then there's one healee and 8 healers, which then the healing process is based on the meditation. This is the exact protocol. Who is doing what? These are the HRV recordings, which are really grouped into different phases, but the HRV of the healee is plotted in red and the 8 healees in blue, and it's really difficult to see any interconnections. But if we reconstruct that in terms of H ranks, where blue represents the ranks of each healer, and the black line, the solid black line, the mean of H ranks for healers, and the red, the H rank for the patient. Suddenly, we are able to observe that as strong correlations which are happening during the last phases of the experiment. So at the beginning, we may see that the complexity of the HRV of the patient was very high, And during the meditation process, it was strongly trended down to the average of the healer. So we look at the reconstructed attractors, we should look at the face planes, face spaces, and we can conclude statistically and that this process of meditation helps to prove the mathematical evidence of the healing protocol. I think that I am almost out of time. It's we are now, if I'm right, we are 55 minutes. So
I think we can move to the question and answers, but and incorporate some more of, I mean, to do justice to the amazing work that you've done to bring the presentation to us. It can be, we can share as well as you can share some more slides while people ask questions.
Absolutely.
So does anybody want to bring some questions forward?
Sure.
Yeah, Hal?
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. I'm really impressed that a whole new field, totally unknown to me and extremely relevant, you've displayed to us. And I'd heard about the Heart Math Institute secondhand from Joshua, but haven't had such deep exposure to the work that you're doing. And since a lot of this recent work is obviously new since the years I've heard about you, I must say that I'm particularly impressed by the success you've had in developing categorical approaches and building an algebraic system to simplify and focus upon the key aspects of the analysis that you think are relevant.
Thank you very much for this comment. I can only add that we were designing those algebraic techniques not because we didn't have anything to do. We were trying everything we could. We were trying different causal relationship, existing algorithms, synchronization algorithms, and we were constantly failing. So the whole idea was if there's a chance to design some special techniques which could highlight those hidden relationships, we were intuitively feeling that they are here. So basically, and Professor Weinerus was mentioning that there were, I would say, three major breakthroughs. One was the algebraic relationship between cardiac intervals. So we were able to build more sensitive algorithms which are capable to see subtle variations in the self-organization of the cardiac system. That was absolutely necessary for us because HRV, human rate variability, was not sufficiently specific for identifying those subtle variations. The second one was the embedding, attractor embedding techniques for using, we call that geometric synchronization. And if you look at the chaos synchronization, there are lots of different methods and techniques there. That identical synchronization, time lag synchronization, phase synchronization, then generalized synchronization. You can enumerate at least 10 different types of synchronizations. So our synchronization is based on geometric synchronization. If you are finding the optimal time delay, which spreads the attractor in the phase space in such a way that it occupies the maximal area in the plotted, in the reconstructed coordinate delay phase space. Then those two time series which exhibit the same series of optimal time delays, we call them similar from the geometrical point of view. And that was another breakthrough which enabled to compare completely different signals. Imagine ECG and magnetic field, or Schumann resonances. These are different worlds, completely different worlds. And being able to understand, being able to have the mathematical tools which are statistically proven to find those synchronizations helped us to find many interesting things. And finally, the H ranks. If we are looking at a particular time series, and if we want to evaluate the complexity of the time series, again, we can find a plethora of different algorithms. For instance, entropy, permutation entropy, weighted entropy, whatever you can imagine. So, as usually I'm telling to my students that divine algorithms do not exist. The only person who is able to construct a divine algorithm is the God himself. We are humans, and we are designing algorithms which are failing and at different circumstances. So the only idea is to design an algorithm which is not failing at special circumstances, which you are really trying to incorporate, which you are trying to analyze. So I would say we were quite lucky to have those three major breakthroughs, which allowed us to investigate many interesting relationships in terms of Schumann resonances, in terms of self-organization of the cardiovascular system, in coherence in the group of people, in all these issues related in very general terms, global coherence.
Don't jump in.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic. Now, since Schumann resonance affects the human heart, there's a Schumann resonance affected by the positions of the moon or other planetary objects in the solar system?
Yes, I'll try to show you something. I will share my screen again. This is my web page, and it's easy to reach. Well, I said easy to reach, but I understand it's impossible for you to pronounce neither my name, neither my surname. And it's both name and surname in one word. So it's terrible. It's terrible. An English-speaking person cannot pronounce it. It's
maybe that's
.com. Yes. Yeah. It's impossible.
Practicing.
Well, by the way, my international nickname is Min. Everyone can pronounce Min. But if we go to 2024, Look at the title.
Remember that paper, Nimbitas?
Pardon?
I remember that paper.
You remember that paper, but it was published 1 week ago.
Yeah, I remember it.
Okay. You just asked about tidal effects. I am just telling they are here.
I had an idea of
following your
employing.
work. I've been following your work and the work of Lithuanian mathematical analysis in the days of the Global Coherence project. And I was really well impressed. You know that great peak? I remember that paper too really well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I had an idea about Sung's question earlier.
Sorry, Hal, you might not know, but I have been involved in the past together with Robert Cosma in analyzing dynamical systems, employing fractal dimensions and embedded, dimensions and embedding dimensions and all that. Was on the days I did that for financial systems, but those, because they are complex systems too, and they are organic and kind of biological systems in a way. But then, when I saw your work and I saw the kind of tools that you were trying to develop for that analysis, then I thought that's really interesting because you were trying to develop tools for phase-space fractal analysis or chaotic analysis based on synchronization data, not just based on the series itself.
Correct.
And I thought that's pretty complicated because I know what kind of. I mean, you were mentioning that each time you calculate the derivative, you go at another level to noise. So you can go to white noise at the end of the story, but you can, shift from black noise to brown noise to thick noise to what have you. So.
Correct.
So I understand. So I wanted to thank you and the people of Lithuania and Vainoras for the amazing work you've been doing. Even though we have not talked for so many years, or it's the first time we're talking, I wanted to thank you personally for that.
I'm touched to the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua.
Can I ask the question?
Absolutely.
Hello to all. I would like to ask, can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm sorry
yes.
that my camera is not working.
Uh-huh.
I have a question for Professor Alpha. So is there something that we can do during high Schumann resonance frequency to prevent infarct?
I have shown there are now equipments which generate this low frequency electromagnetic waves. This is a PEMF QRS technologies which I use now in NASA as well. And if you have such equipments, you can increase those low frequencies and help such persons.
So this is for the individual person, it is not globally. Or maybe in the future it will be applied on the global level.
On global, I don't know, but it is used in individual. Yeah, means that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If we're
And I
talking...
have also another question related to the aura, to the photo with the aura. Aura damages are because inner state of the person, or also because of the Schumann resonance?
No, this is this was an investigation made not related to Schumann resonances. It was problems with health issues. So it is quite a separate investigation.
Okay.
Alpha.
So, for example, new experiment can be interesting to be done with the health of the person, maybe healthy people, and the Schumann resonance, if the resonance affects the aura.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That could
I think
account
it
for
will
a
be
lot of
interesting.
that could account for a lot of individual differences.
Yes, but let's say that they are healthy in the aura.
Yes.
So and after that to measure during the different Schumann resonance frequency.
Differential responsiveness to the Schumann resonance could lead to differences in healthy individuals. That's how you would start to recognize individual differences. Some people are going to be more sensitive to it.
Yeah.
Different persons really have different sensitivity to Schumann resonances. And
Yes.
we have make investigation in our Kurort region, and we have seen that Schumann resonances help quite well with positive correlations to the older woman and young men, and have less relation to interconnection or influence in young women and old men. And I think in all our societies we can see that this relation could be seen when you make some social activities who mainly are coming to those events. When we are here in Lithuania, go to excursion somewhere into the country or something, in cultural events mainly dominate older women. And when you can look to the Olympic Games, mainly dominate young men activities. Yes, so it's different different age of person and different gender of persons have different sensitivity to Schumann resonances. But when you meditate, yes, and was shown by and you increase the sensitivity. When you are in this rest state, your interconnection with Schumann resonances increase, and you became more healthy, and you can be cured even with such activities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, that question and Heather's answer inspired so many things in me, but the only thing I wanted to draw our attention to is that when you show the graphs of the Schumann resonances for the different frequency bands, we had a peak in gamma, but we also had small peaks in alpha. And so I'm thinking about the linkage between alpha and gamma, and how in meditative states, in other studies we've done, where in dominant frequencies alpha for meditators who are meditating to find peace in themselves. So I wonder if when people are sun-tanning, sunbathing, and somehow they enter in a meditative state quicker or easier when they're in nature, because they synchronize with alpha and gamma, which for gamma, it reduces the activity of gamma somehow, and for alpha, it increases the activity of alpha. So basically what I'm saying is surfing and sunbathing may be good resonant can induce via the sun and the magnetic fields the states that are healthy for you.
Could be.
I mean, that's just an idea that they sparked by saying how the magnetic fields can be good for your health and your heart and all that.
Joshua, that can also be related to the day-night, the differences in the time of day that you find that their data. Would you think that? Yeah. It seems like the fact that you find daytime and nighttime differences
and seasons
related to. Go ahead.
Does the global coherence affect the Schumann resonance? the frequency.
Could you please repeat your question?
That global coherence can affect the frequency of the Schumann resonance. Can we as a people affect the changes in the frequency on the Schumann resonance? We know that the Schumann resonance affects us, but it can be opposite.
Well, look, I may say that Dr. Roland McCarthy at the HeartMath Institute, he raises a hypothesis that this could happen, but we do not know. We do not have mathematical proofs that a group of people can change the Schumann resonances activated in the magnetic field surrounding the Earth. Who knows? Who knows? But I think this is a very wild hypothesis. And we have been discussing, by the way, we have been discussing about these things. And you may know if you have, if you would take a deeper look at the website of HeartMath Institute, they have many different programs. We are now immersed in the program related to magnetic fields and Schumann resonances, but you may know that they are running a very interesting program on random number generators. And they are testing how the generation of random numbers could be used to detect some certain anomalies, and how those anomalies could be correlated to, you call it as you wish, an information field or whatever. So there are some statistical proofs and solid, rigorous proofs that some things are changing. So if you raise the question, can a group of people change the magnetic field of the Earth? I would say that, well, maybe you first should concentrate on this information field before talking about the magnetic field. I think that the magnetic field, the space weather, is a much stronger parameter which affects the variations of the magnetic field than impact from a group of people, however large is it. But there are some studies, and we shouldn't forget that there are many interesting things. You probably know all these issues related to quantum entanglement, to teleportations, the terms which could be considered as science fiction 20 years ago. And you know, today quantum teleportation is a communication technology. Chinese, they are using that on distances exceeding, they're using 2 satellites and distances larger than a few hundred meters. So finalizing my answer, we do not know if a group of people can affect the Schumann resonances. At this moment, we believe that space weather is a much more powerful parameter, but maybe, who knows, quantum teleportation was science fiction 20 years ago. Now it's not. Professor Alphonsus, you raised your hand.
I would add, yes, it's all there is all, but few events we have seen in our magnetometer data when we can say that, yeah, there was influence from big group of human have influence on magnetic field data.
I really suggest, if excuse me for interrupting, I really suggest if you look at this research group in HATMAT, which is working on random signal generator, they have excellent proofs what has happened on 9/11 and how all the random number generators, they were going crazy right 1 hour before the Twin Towers were attacked. So there are many things which we do not yet understand, and
I was
Professor,
going to ask here that if one considers that everything is electromagnetic, which I'm working on, then it doesn't, none of what was presented now in this last talk does not surprise me. So you saying that space weather affects us, or the Schumann resonances affect us, yes, fully agree. The second question, can humans change the magnetic field of the Earth? That's taking a bit too far, but I would say that a group of humans, their combined energy can affect another person that will sync with that energy. Crowd dynamics basically prove this, and I can't remember where I read this. There was some research done on with the brain scanning with the magnetic resonances, that people were put into the apparatus, and they were had to listen to some text, and they've all found similar stimuluses or reactions in the brains. And then they decided to put the guy who read the text into the MRI, and he had to read the text in the MRI, and he had exactly the same resonances that the listeners were showing. So basically, a good narrator will brain sync everybody else who's listening to him. So, as I say, nothing surprised me what I've heard today here.
Thank you very much for your very excellent comment. And I fully agree. Even in our research, we have shown that a group of people, group of healers, when they are meditating, they can affect another human being. So I would say that a group of people, they can affect another human being or another group of people. But I would be very much reserved talking about a group of people affecting global Schumann resonances.
Correct.
You know what? I think this is the time where I think it's important to let you know that Thierry has been collecting a set of very, let's call them unusual events for people who have no awareness of those events. And she's done a list of testimonies, which eventually will be published. And among those testimonies, there are some testimonies of healing at long distances. And one of them is my connection with my grandfather when he was in hospital in an operation, and I was in New Zealand. And that's a long story. I'm not going to go there. But the point I wanted to make is that perhaps we should have one day a conversation only about this phenomenon and stories, personal reports, personal accounts, where we can document that and put it formally to a form of veridical information. Yeah. Like a judge would hear in a courtroom saying, well, what's your story? What's the fact? The judges don't decide based on probability. You know, the guy don't go to jail just because there is 80% probability he was the criminal. That's not like that. There are certain stories that people have to account for. And so I'm sure that there are real, true stories of many people in the world, as much as they are stories from people who create fantasies. But if we can focus on finding the good stories and hear a conversation about the stories, I think that would make a great database. And in terms of synchronicity, we will actually do justice to the work of Carl Jung. He would love to have a database of synchronicities recorded in the planet by many people, different cultures, different places, and that they have a similar structure about how these things happen.
Thank you very much for a very good comment. I see a question on chat. Professor Hal Cox asked me if I have any ideas of the mechanism of group healing effect. And my short answer is very simple. And by the way, when we were developing this paper, we were talking a lot about that. Imagine that you are staying at a hospital after an operation, lying in bed, conscious. And here's a doctor coming to the room, and he is picking some papers. He is looking through the papers, looking at your temperature records, you're looking at your blood analysis records, and he just scrolls through the papers and leaves the room. This is scenario A. Now, scenario B. The doctor sits on the corner of your bed and takes your hand and asks, "Hey guy, how are you? How are you feeling? Are you getting better?" And he spends 5 minutes with you.
I understand.
Now guess the recovery. Right. Which will be faster, option A or option B?
That's an argument in extremis. I understand why you cited the 2022 Nobel Prize because of the work in entanglement. But I want to ask, what was the meaning of the 2023 Nobel Prize as it applies to interpreting your work?
We're not ready to give any explanations at the moment.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, if we've got anything more, we could start tying up and moving on to Florian, which is actually, it's going to flow really nicely in from this one, and we can continue the discussions from there. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alpha and Min. I acknowledge that it's the early hours of the morning for you both, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so was there anything else anyone wanted to ask them? Or
yes, I'm starting to type it in chat. I mean, the discussion was going in such interesting ways that I hated to interrupt with something slightly different. But what I was saying was that Minvidas was talking, you talked in passing about effects of religious belief, but I've always felt that it's been called the left hand of God versus the right hand of God, that it depends on what kind of religion it is. I mean, not so much whether it's Christian or Jewish or Muslim or Hindu, but is religion derived from the authority of a supernatural God and a priesthood, or is it derived from authentic spiritual experience combined with a search for truth? And it seems to me that the effects of religious belief would be very different in those two cases.
If we have a minute to
yes.
respond.
Yes.
This is a very interesting and very far-reaching question. The only thing I can comment at this moment is that it is scientifically proven that societies where the members of the society are bonded by religious ties, they are more I need to find a correct English word. They are able to resist to external perturbations better than a society where the group of people, they are atheist. They do not believe in anything. So believing in something is scientifically proven is better than believing in nothing. The next question, good religion or wrong religion, I have no clue. I cannot comment anything here. But
another minute here, because I think that the question, it's a really interesting one. I think what Dan was conveying is a religious belief based on an external God and priesthood authority, yeah, and a submission to that religion or following blindly to the priesthood. The quality of that experience in human life, it seems to be different than a genuine spiritual personal experience of an individual, let's say like Moses or Jesus or a prophet or Buddha or the Mother Teresa or Deborah or whoever was the person who had this visionary experience. And the quality of their lives and their experience is not based on belief or priesthood, it's based on a very deep spiritual experience and the search for truth. Now, these two things are not the same. I treated them in my master's thesis, and I made a distinction between religious belief, spirituality, and mysticism. And they have overlaps. They are people who are religious in the sense of the Greek Orthodox Church, who also had mystical experience and who also live a spiritual life. But this is different than a person who is only religious, never had a visionary experience, and it's fails at embodying love in his capacity of priest, and it just embodies a form of narrative based on fear or whatever, or punishment. So the nuances are very important, and particularly important, I understand where Dan's coming from, the brain perspective and the emotional system and the hormonal system. A spiritual experience, a personal one, can build you up. A submission to a priest can destroy your emotional system. Those are extremes, yeah, but I'm just trying to put the extremes so that we can understand everything in between and remember in our future explorations the distinctions between religious beliefs, mystical experience or visionary experience or prophetic experience, revelatory experience, and spiritual experience. One more distinction. A spiritual experience is something you have and you remember for life, yeah, or a visionary experience. But the embodiment of spiritual values on a continuous basis is an experience you carry on day by day. It's not just that moment of joy that you had when you met God face to face or whatever was the experience. That was one moment. You cannot live in the memory of that moment because that doesn't help you dealing with the challenges of the day. But if you can harness the values of that moment and embody those values every day, then that would be really interesting for us humans to be able to master that problem. I hope I did a little bit of justice to your question, Dan, because I think it was a very, at least for me, it was a very, important question.
Our fourth and final speaker today is Florian Schubeler. Florian is an ambassador of peace with an academic background in political studies and a research interest in social dynamics, as well as heart rate variability in neuroscience. Psychophysiological coherence has been widely studied as a bodily state associated with general well-being and cognitive clarity. Heart rate variability has been shown to be a good biomarker to assess psychophysiological coherence. Florian will be presenting a first set of results from a study that focuses on the effects that meditation has on the coherence ratio, reflected in HRV, which demonstrate an improvement in coherence, and that different types of meditation show significantly different values for the coherence ratio.
Okay, so as Kerry already introduced, I'm going to talk about the psychophysiological coherence and community dynamics. And I will focus particularly on the differences between meditation and other activities. So I'm going to start with giving you some background information on psychophysiological coherence, heart rate variability, and the coherence ratio, and some examples from the software that we used in order to do the analysis. Then I'm going to briefly introduce you to the study that I'm going to be presenting from, the results, and then we come to conclusions and future perspectives, which is interesting, particularly in the talk for previously of Alpha and Min Vidas, because it connects, very nicely, as you will see. So psychophysiological coherence has generally been associated with well-being and cognitive clarity and inner peace. And it's marked by a particular rhythm in the heart activity, which has been described as a sine wave-like pattern. And when the physiological coherence comes together with a psychological mode, which we can be described as a positive emotional state, then we call that psychophysiological coherence. And so what did we measure? We measured the heart rate variability, which is the changes in the time intervals between beats. You already briefly saw that in the previous talk, which is called the RRs or the IBIs, the interbeat intervals. And it's basically, you can see it here, it's that time interval between one of the main peak to the next main peak, and that's called an RR, which of course varies from time to time because the heart doesn't beat regularly, at least not a healthy one. So the variability, which is the heart rate variability, the IBIs, varies with a, so if the heart rate increases, then we will have less time between heartbeats and the variability decreases. And then the opposite is true, as there's more time between the heartbeats and heart rate variability increases. So here you see, I will show you 3 examples in total for 3 different modalities by the same person. And these are the RRs. And so here you see the pattern for it's half an hour for a baseline, which is just a random activity that person is doing at that time of the day. Here you can see in meditation, and that's reflecting the sine wave-like pattern of heart rate that I was talking about just before. And you can see, of course, that's a completely different pattern. And then we have a group activity of some kind, which is, in terms of the pattern, we can see it's in between those 2 modalities. Now, what we did is, or in this case, the software did that for us, is converting the IBIs from a time domain into the frequency domain via the fast Fourier transform. And what we are interested in is 3 particular frequencies. And those are the very low frequency, the low frequency, and the high frequency. And you can see the frequency bands described here. And then what power we find in each frequency band. And so you see here for the example of baseline, you find that kind of pattern with those frequencies. And when we go now to meditation, you can see that the shape in terms of the distribution of the power spectrum is completely different. And you see that there's a huge power in the low frequency band. And then again, as the 3rd example, which is sort of in between the baseline and the meditation, you have the group activity where you can see that still the highest power is in the low frequency, but there is more significant power also in the 2 other bands. Now, the coherence ratio is what we used in order to classify the different results that we got from the different participants in the different modalities. And that's the simple formula that we used in order to calculate that. And just to give you an example of how that plays out with those 3 examples we already looked at, we can see here for baseline, we have those powers associated to the different frequency bands. And when we do the calculations, we get a coherence ratio of 1.56 for the baseline. And for meditation, as we would already suspect based on that formula, we had a much higher coherence ratio value of 12.8. And for the group activity, it would be 4.2. Now, I'm briefly going to talk about the study that I'm going to be presenting from here. And so the International Heart Rate Variability Synchronization Study that already Alpha and Min Vidas briefly talked about we also participated here. The group is one of the groups in New Zealand, because there were two, one in the North Island, which was our group, and one on the South Island. And here at the embassy, we also conducted several other experiments together with these 2 weeks of the international study. And this group was comprised of 22 participants, where the majority was from New Zealand. And here you can see where we were located in Whitianga. And there were 2 participants, which is also part of this group, but they were down on the Kapiti Coast. And here you have the age group and 11 female and 11 male. Now here on this picture, you see the setting. So it was, as you can see, a very beautiful sort of native bush environment, very tranquil. And it was during summertime, so the weather was sort of warm to maybe hot, depending on your sense of the weather. And this was the room where we conducted most of the experiments. And there were 3 different types of meditation that we did every day. And in meditation 1 and meditation 3, in this part here, we had different types of chairs and couches that people could sit on. And all those meditations were done sitting. While meditation 2, people could also meditate outside and could also meditate lying down. Now, in terms of data acquisition and pre-processing, okay, I'm going to just go through them. You can read more about that later if you're particularly interested. I just would like to mention that the pre-processing and particularly the cleaning of the data was done by the HeartMath Institute, which we're very grateful for. And they provided us with text files that contain the IBIs. Now, there are 3 particular events of interest, which are the ones that I already introduced earlier to you on the examples of the software, which is the baseline, the meditations, and the group activities. And as the baseline, we chose a random 30 minutes period, which was outside any planned activities. And the reason for that is that we wanted to make sure we really capture that kind of baseline activity, like something that a person would normally do at a certain stage during their daily life. Rather than setting up a particular baseline type of modality where people do nothing, or people, because of course that's not the random things that people do every day. And those are the 3 meditations that we did, where the first is the heart lock-in meditation, which can be found the description at the HeartMath Institute. The second meditation was the participant's choice, meaning the way that people normally meditate, they can, that's why some people were lying down or meditating outside. And then the third meditation was the Paradise Landing meditation, which comprised of 3 elements, which was first listening to a piece of poetry about spiritual values from Paradise Landing. That was followed by chanting the sounds of the associated Hebrew letters to each of those values, and then followed by chanting the syllable Om. And each meditation had a length of 30 minutes. And finally, there was a whole set of different group activities, which I'm not going to go into now. But if you read the paper that is associated to this presentation, you can read more in detail. And one group activity that is relevant for this presentation is the talking gibberish activity, where people were paired together, and for the whole duration of the 2 weeks, every day for half an hour, they would talk gibberish together. Now here you can get a first impression of each day as an average of the group, and you see the coherence ratio for each group at different times of the day. And of course, what we can notice is that around 6 o'clock, there's always a peak on every single day that we look. And we find also peaks around 10 and 2 o'clock on most of the days to different degrees. And so what's interesting about those times is that those were the times that we were having those 3 meditations. And so at 10 o'clock, we did the hard lock-in meditation. At 2 o'clock or 1400, we did the personal individual choice meditation. And at 6 p.m., we did the Paradise Landing meditation. And this is the whole group averaged out over the 15 days, and we can see the same sort of pattern. We have the first meditation, the second meditation, the third meditation, and then we also see that the coherence ratio as the night starts is sort of decreasing, and then towards the morning it starts to rise, then it drops just before the meditation. You know, people would arrive to the meditation because, of course, it was set to a certain particular time. So people may sometimes have been running or things like that, and then the meditation happens, and then it drops, and then we would have a group activity after the meditation, and then there was a free time, and then the next meditation starts. You may notice these drops, and these drops are associated to periods where a certain amount of people were disconnecting because for 1 hour a day, everybody got some time off the recorder so that they could wash, and we would back up the data. This I'm not going to talk about now, but later when you rewatch the video, you can see more in detail a description of each of the hours of what the graph that I just showed you. And now this is a movie that we made out of the coherence ratios that we calculated every 5 minutes. And each of these bars represents one of the participants. And you will see how these bars dynamically move up and down depending on the coherence ratio that the person displays in that time interval. And I'm just going to play the movie just to give you a little idea. So, all right, what I was telling you is that you see the time of the day up at the top, and you can see the activity on the top left. Whenever there was an activity that was conducted by the group, otherwise it would be empty, a blank space, meaning participants were just doing whatever they were doing during the day in their free time. And you will see that at certain times of the day, most bars of the whole group will go up, which means an increase in coherence ratio. And, as we're approaching 1800, which was when meditation 3 was happening, you will see that most of the participants will go up just in a moment. Yeah, you could just see it there. And then the meditation finishes, and then it moves into the next activity. And so I'm just going to let that movie play for 1 day, which the movie goes over the whole 15 days, which we don't have time to watch. But again, you know, the link is there, and you can watch it later at your leisure. And I'm just going to, you know, you can see now the group is going into nighttime, and it's going to stay on low coherence for most participants throughout the evening and the night. And what I was mentioning before, you can observe at certain stages now that there will be individual bars which will go up for a certain period of time. Especially, we're going to see something like that, I think, for participant 3, which is this one here in the front, at around sort of 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, where we know from the logs that we have of every participant what they were doing is that they were doing their personal individual meditations. Yeah, just now it came up. You might have seen it just briefly. And so now we're getting closer to 10 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock, that's the first meditation. You can see how individual bars get up very high so at certain times. And then at 1400, 2 p.m., we're going to get to meditation 2. And again, you see that, you know, overall the group rises in coherence ratio, and then the same happens again at 1800. Okay. And then I'm going to stop this here. I'm going to continue the presentation here. So these are frames that I took from the movie, just to give you a brief, like kind of recap of what you just saw, which is basically showing that at nighttime, for most participants, most of the time, the coherence ratio is very low. And the same sort of applies for the evening times. While for meditation 1, people's coherence ratio rises, and particularly for meditation 3, the coherence ratio rises significantly for most participants. And during the group activity, there are still people that have raised and significantly raised coherence ratios, but it doesn't display the same overall view as picture as it does, for example, in meditation. So we had 2 hypotheses that we tested, and the hypothesis 1 was that for the paradise landing meditation, we would expect significantly higher coherence ratios, which, of course, based on the movie, that seems kind of obvious, and that's in comparison to baseline. And for the hypothesis 2, we expected that baseline would sort of be on the same or lower level than the group activities, because if you just remember the frames that I showed you the pictures of, we could see that during group activity, there were some people that had very raised coherence ratios, while many were sort of on the same level as it looked like in baseline. So here we display the coherence ratio mean values with the 95% confidence intervals for each participant, which is overall the whole 15 days of the experiment. And we can see that for almost everybody, the paradise landing meditation displays higher and significantly higher coherence ratio values than for group activity 1, which was talking gibberish. Yeah, and the only exception are people 9 and 10, which are interesting in relationship to the idea of synchronization, because these 2 people were one of the pairs. So 1, 2, and so on, and 9 and 10 was one pair, which is the only 2 people where it was the opposite compared to the rest of the group. Now, this one here is in comparison to group activity 2, which we call the group activity because even though it was a form of a meditation where people, after the pair together, after the gibberish talk, were asked to lie down next to each other or facing head to head and meditate for half an hour. Now, of course, we don't know in terms of meditation or group relaxation. However, what we did see as a result is very low coherence ratios for most people, and lower for everybody except for participant 10, who displayed higher coherence ratio values in that meditation than in the paradise landing meditation. And just to mention that here, those 2 lines, so everything below 2, we classified as low coherence, and between 2 and 3, medium to high, and above 3 is high coherence. Then we performed a hypothesis test to see if the CR mean values for the paradise landing meditation and the gibberish talk and the gibberish meditation, respectively, are different or the same. And 1 means that it was different, and 0 means that it's same. And so we can see that only for 1 participant, the coherence ratio when we perform statistical tests actually turns out to be, statistically speaking, the same, while for everybody else it is different. When we do the same kind of test for gibberish talk against gibberish meditation, it's still, for the majority of the group, it's different, but here it's now for 5 people. Here we see the 5 zeros. For 5 people means that it could be the same mean. Now, in relationship to hypothesis 2, we tested baseline against the group activity 1 and the group activity 2. And to our surprise, we found that the baseline is somehow moving in between the 2 for most participants. There are some exceptions, yeah, but for most participants, the baseline was sort of higher or in between the 2, and most participants had the lowest for the gibberish meditation, which is, of course, very surprising if we compared that with our first findings, where we looked at meditation 1, 2, and 3, which was done by the whole group, where very high values were seen throughout the whole 15 days consistently. Again, we did hypothesis test where -1 means that it was different and below. This is in comparison to baseline. and the red dots are the meditation, and the blue dots are the gibberish talk. And 1 means that it was a larger CR mean value. And you will notice that in some instances, for example, for participant 1, you will see only the red dot. That's simply because the blue dot is behind the red dot. Yeah? So if there's only a red dot, that means the blue dot is behind it. That means for gibberish talk and for gibberish baseline, this person had a greater CR mean value than baseline. And if we look over here, we can see that for this person, this is the case. And then, for example, if we go participant 11, which is here, we can see that all 3 values are very, very similar. And we see here, it's a 0, which means statistically speaking, they could all be the same mean value. Then we did the same comparison of the Paradise Landing meditation with baseline. And here we see what we expected. So that's in relationship to hypothesis 1, that for most people, it's a greater CR mean value than for baseline. And in the hypothesis test here, we can see that 5 people, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they display mean values which statistically could be the same. But it's notable here that nobody displays smaller CR mean values than they do for the baseline. So the results in relationship to hypothesis 1, it was confirmed. We found precisely what we expected. Hypothesis 2, of course, as I already mentioned, we were surprised because it's not what we would have expected, especially that the gibberish meditation caused such low CR mean values came as a surprise to us. Here, in relationship to the Paradise Landing meditation, it's worthwhile mentioning that these results are consistent for people which were familiar as well as people that were unfamiliar with the meditation. There was a significant amount of the group, roughly half, who was unfamiliar with the meditation form, and still most of them, their results were, in terms of coherence ratio, was significantly higher than their baseline. So what can we conclude from this study is that at least for this relatively small sample size, different forms of meditation resulted in different CR mean values, which indicates that different forms of meditation may be more conducive to psychophysiological coherence than other forms of meditation. And of course, that is particularly strongly so if we looked at the meditation that people conducted in pairs after the gibberish talk, where we also may have to consider that the environment plays a role, and of course the group dynamics may contribute to the increase of the group, and again in the light of how people may synchronize. In relationship to the gibberish meditation, also relevant that there was a significant amount of people that described the experience they had of talking gibberish with a person for half an hour, which of course is a significant amount of time. They found, that they sort of felt strange. They thought it was a bit silly. They, may have felt awkward, or they just simply didn't enjoy it. And that, of course, also may play a significant role on their coherence ratio and may still carry through the meditation that they were doing straight after. Now, coming to the future perspectives, we basically propose, and that's already has also been proposed by Alpha and Minvidas in relationship to the healers experiment that they conducted, that it is possible for people to synchronize or to correspond between people. And here I'm just going to give you a brief example of what we mean by that in terms of coherence ratio, where, for example, 2 people coming together with one person low coherence ratio and the other person relatively high. And so by coming together, maybe one person drops slightly in their coherence ratio while the other person rises. And so there's some form of synchronization happening. Of course, ideally, one person would be able to stay stable in their high coherence and the other person rise. But of course, we could also imagine the opposite effect, that the other person drops to the same level where a person already exists in their in the low coherence. And with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation. That's a list of references which is relevant to this. And I particularly would like to highlight these two ones that I've bolded, which is this one here, the second one, which is basically created a simulation model for those type of synchronizations. And the first one is the paper that I wrote together with Joshua and Robert Kozma. And of course, in that paper, you will find a lot more additional information to what I just presented to you. And with that, thank you very much. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Flo. Very nice. Songji, you have your hand up.
Nice talk, Flo. It's very impressive that Embassy of Peace in New Zealand can do such an experiment. Are you planning to do some more along this line? I hope you do. Now, I have one question. Am I correct to say that you are basically measuring two kinds of coherence, one within individual participants, and the other is between participants? And what are the mechanisms for both kinds of coherence?
It's the same coherence in the sense that what we calculate is the coherence ratio, which is always the same formula that I introduced at the beginning. Now, I imagine what you mean by coherence between people was simply that we had pairs during the gibberish talk and gibberish meditation, and we can compare directly the coherence ratio between those two people. But when we look at the whole group, it's the same as if we look at the two people individually. It's always the coherence ratio of that particular person for that period of time that we're analyzing. Does that answer your question, Sol?
Is there some kind of an interaction between participants so their coherence ratio is similar?
Well, that's precisely the question. That's why I pointed out, for example, in the first graph, that participant 9 and 10 were the only two people which showed higher coherence ratio during their gibberish talk than during the gibberish meditation. Now, if two people would show that just in 20 people, that would not necessarily be so interesting, but it is particularly those two people who formed a pair that is very interesting, because of course, statistically, the chances are small for that to happen like that. So there may very well be, but that's, of course, that's another study to do in order to really show that this is based on synchronization that is happening between two people.
These two participants, were they sitting close to each other or they are far apart?
Yeah, during the gibberish talk and the gibberish meditation, the two people were close to each other in the sense that during the talk, they would be sitting sort of opposite each other within, let's say, 1 meter maximum. And the gibberish meditation was very close, where people would either lie next to each other or lying head to head next to each other. So very, very close proximity.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
Peter. I was wondering if, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to forget my question. I hate when I do that. They, the one group, the one pair and their gibberish, when I first heard you talk about a gibberish thing, I thought of children when they make up their own language. And I was wondering if anybody, even like I would start to pretend and do humorous things to connect with somebody if I got stuck in a thing like that. So I was wondering if that pair was different than the others also in perhaps how they approached it humorously, but also if they were turning it into something not particularly gibberish, even though it was still silly, but they turned it into something coordinated. Let's put it that way. What do you think?
Good question. I really could not tell for them how exactly they experienced that.
Okay.
But I am aware that for sure, some people did form where they would report that they had some kind of form of communication where they really could sense that they are talking to each other, even though, of course, there was no real meaning in the sense that we use words in a daily life, yeah. But they could sense that they were connecting with each other and that they would talk to each other, and they felt that kind of connection. While for others it was not like that, and they were just making up sounds, and they did not necessarily experience that. Yeah, and that may very well be reflected in coherence ratio, which would again be another study.
Exactly.
I have
That's
to
interesting.
complement that by saying that I remember very vividly that some people were in a kind of gibberish conversation with somebody would say like, like the humor stuff that you say, but some people were, you know, like they were really engaged on a kind of argumentative gibberish talk, which is very interesting to watch. And so what I can tell you is that there was a form of body language and tone of voice playing that conveyed certain meanings that word could not convey. And that is a form of pragmatic information. I talked about the three levels of meaning, yeah? And so I remember that. And so it would be interesting to analyze more deeply with the logs that we have if the people who showed a high psychophysiological coherence ratio were people who were in argumentative, in humorous talk, or if the people who show low coherence ratio were people in argumentative talk, even though they were not using words.
That's all interesting. Very interesting.
Carl, you have a question?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to suggest a spectrogram of the gibberish and analysis of the spectrogram. That's all.
And I'd like to see a spectrogram for the healers and the healees. I think that those would correlate really interestingly too.
Okay, anyone else?
Have you done anything with breathing? Focus their attention on breathing? Purposeful breathing, that I can't even remember where I read this study, but purposeful breathing, people synchronize with one another when they are focused on their breathing, which obviously many people relate to meditation as well. And that's one of the questions I was wondering, if when you gave them their sort of random gibberish meditation, how many of them used their breathing naturally, even if they weren't familiar with meditation, but that's a very common thing to focus on. So if you actually measure it, use it as one of your specific measures. I wasn't sure if you had done that or if you plan to.
We didn't do in this study, no. But yes, I know, I'm aware of what you're talking about for sure. And we also know that breathing is highly related to psychophysiological coherence, yeah, meaning people breathing in certain patterns, certain ways, they can influence their coherence ratio consciously. Yeah?
Well, purposeful.
I would add to that breathing, it's part of that physiological side of psychophysiological, and positive emotion is part of the psyche. Yeah. So
the psycho is when you do it purpose.
Breathing is a physiological process, and even in epileptic patients, which we have done studies, we see that there is a form of relationship between breathing patterns and cognitive activity. And so, so that's physiological. So actually, you can teach somebody to enter a state of physiological coherence, which also affects the psycho part, that enter through the physiological side by breathing rhythmically. And we've done studies like that, and also in brain dynamics. And so that's a relevant question, and that's what we know.
But you know what? That actually factors back into what Dan was doing with bullying. And if you use breathing techniques with bullies, that's an in to help them do some nice psychocoherence, psychophysio-coherence. I like the full circle on this.
Well, Gary and I did an experiment authorized by the parents of a very troublesome boy who was a really beautiful kind of human being, but he was just trouble, yeah? That he used to come to our home and we would put him to meditate, to breathe rhythmically with us. And his coherent ratio went from erratic in a week time to very very coherent patterns. And you remember that boy, Kerry, when we were in Deerfield Beach?
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And by
so
the way,
I don't
Robert
know
is
if
here.
yes,
So,
Hi,
I'm here.
Robert.
I try to raise my hand. I don't know how to do it.
go
Okay,
for it.
just I wanted to just chime in and immediately what Heather told about the respiration and breathing, I completely agree, and I think Joshua referred to some of the work we are doing, and so that's very relevant. But maybe just what I wanted to say, it's nice to see all of you and Dan, and some people who are new and others are first time. So I am in the background, and try to join more and more, but it was very interesting. So just I wanted to say, yes.
Nice to see you, Robert.
Okay, see you guys.
Here.
Sungji?
I have one question.
Just one?
Joshua and Peter, would it be possible to measure EEG from 20 people in your place instead of measuring heart properties, and see if there's a coherence among the EEG patterns of 20 people when they are meditating as versus not meditating?
Question
How much
for?
would one set of a EEG cost?
Who's that question for?
Huh?
Who are you asking the question?
Flo or Joshua, either one.
Or Robert? The three of us are here.
Oh, Robert? Where's Robert?
Yeah, Robert just introduced himself, and he also, Florian, Robert, and I have done studies both on heart rate variability and meditative state.
Yeah. So
Robert and I go a long way, but that's another story. So to answer your question, we have just published papers where meditators and non-meditators shown different brain activity, classifiable but by mathematical, and statistical algorithms. So the answer is yes. And so the question is how, I think future studies, how brain and heart relate to each other when it comes to psychophysiological coherence. That's the next level. That's another talk I had with Walter before he passed away just a few months before, or when I met him last time. And he and I were expecting Rollin McCrary and him to connect, because they're both in California, but something happened that day and Rollin couldn't make it. So, okay, so we will carry on that kind of inquiry in the future.
But what I was interested in knowing is whether you can do with a group of people, just like with the heart experiment. What if you measure individual EEG of the 20 people and see whether there's a coherence among the EEG patterns of different people when they are meditating and they are not meditating, and if there is a correlation among the EEG patterns of different people during meditation, then what would be the mechanism? That was my question.
Yeah, we haven't done synchronization studies in EEG meditation, but Robert and I, Paul, have been kind of exploring those ideas, in recent years, and also trying to see if we can team up with the people of FAU in Miami, Paul Kelso, which you know really well, Song, and see if we could create or design studies there or here in New Zealand or both places to see if we can detect correlation between pair of meditators of group meditation. But we haven't done that yet, no.
And do the people have to be in the same? Do the people have to be in the same locations?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, good. Go ahead. I just wanted to know that
So,
because that would be part of it.
the reason I'm asking this question is because if you can show that there is a group coherence in EEG patterns when they are meditating, as versus not, that could be one way to test whether there's a spirituality, whether there's a spiritual communication among people, as compared to say.
My question to you back would be why brain and not heart?
Well, both.
Both.
Both. I agree.
Better, more sensitive, I would say.
Yeah.
It's more brain, closer to brain than heart.
Is the meditation
is
the meditation a specific exercise, or are people allowed to meditate freely?
You mean
there are the two modalities, yeah? These are the two modalities.
How close, how detailed are the instructions on how they are to meditate?
It depends on which tradition, yeah? Even within the Buddhist tradition, there are many types of meditation.
Yeah, how many kinds are there?
Huh?
If it's free
how
and
many
open,
kinds are there in
then
the experiment?
they
That's
are
the question.
probably influenced by the
Oh,
other people.
sorry, can you clarify that again? How?
How many kinds of meditation are there being used?
Okay, so that Flo can explain that because Flo was talking about that in the beginning.
So there was 3 types of meditation. Meditation 1, which was the heart lock-in meditation, which is a particular technique that has been described by the Heart Math Institute. The second meditation, which was the one at 2 p.m., was meditation by choice of each participant. However, they meditate.
How many kinds of choices are there?
I imagine infinite, because everybody meditates the way that they like to.
How many were used in the experiment? Because different meditation methodologies have different effects.
I mean, I've got my own meditation technique, which I'm sure shared by nobody else in the world.
You can assume that they were 20 different personal meditation techniques. When it's a personal meditation.
You can assume shared history in training and methodology too. Both are true.
Yeah. You can assume, but in this group, it was so diverse, and they didn't live together, and they meet, sometimes, occasionally, that you could assume that
it's not impossible that
half of the people were practicing meditations that they learned by themselves, and the other ones, they were not even practicing meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
In this particular study.
Okay, so let me just try to give some feedback for Sang-Chul, because what you asked about potential interpersonal coherence, and my answer would be yes. Definitely. I mean, that's one group. What Joshua mentioned, the Kelso, and of course Emanuele Tognoli did studies. She also passed away, but actually, there is this guy who worked with Scott for some time, Dumas, and I met him last month in Japan and discussed. So they call it social, how to call it, two-body neuroscience or something like that. So it is measurable and so on. And let me just say, it's maybe for those who know about this Freeman K model, so we have this hierarchy until the very simple one. The K4 is the intentional system, and we never get to K5. But now I consider the K5 really 2K4 because it's 2 bodies, so it could be 2 people, because that the consciousness level, it's really. You need the community. So I think that is the next step. Yes, I completely agree.
Right. I just wanted to suggest a technical solution to the problem, because everyone can't walk around with 128 electrodes. And the argument is based on the practice and advice of the premier neurologist, anesthesiologist, and neuroscientist at Harvard, Emory Brown. And he only uses one electrode when he's doing anesthesiology, but it's better than none, which is the standard of practice. And so the spectrogram of the single electrode, which could be a single electrode anywhere, would be sufficient according to the spectroscopic data that he believes is important for interpreting consciousness, which he does all the time when he has people under anesthesia. So I think earrings, electrodes as
the prefrontal cortex electrode, based on
you can have a Buddhist diadem right there.
Yeah. Well, based on the studies we published, the difference between being relaxed with closed eyes and being with closed eyes with meditation is that the occipital lights up in both because you are in closed eyes, but the frontal only lights up in meditation in alpha, dominant frequency.
In terms of jewelry, the only reference we have is a diadem, the crown of the queen, but it's there.
Yeah, so it looks like there is a interpersonal correlation. But my question is, if such interpersonal correlation exists between the EEG patterns of different people, is there established mechanism besides, say, possible electromagnetic interactions? Is there more than one mechanism of such correlation besides electromagnetism?
There's the mechanical one that Bill Sofke talks about. It's a high-frequency ultrasound of presence.
Well, phone-on interactions, all the physical. What I'm driving at is if you cannot explain everything in terms of physics, there may be an opportunity to invoke super physical mechanism such as spirituality.
Well, see, this again depends on the experience of people and their metaphysical commitments. But from my perspective, I would say that there is a being-to-being communication. And that spirit field, that value field is not part of the physical universe. So, it's part, but it's not measurable by us from the physical universe. It's not a physical entity. It's a spiritual entity in symbiosis or in wholeness with the physical universe. And then, we cannot operationalize that. And I don't think we can operationalize everything. So, yes, I would say that there is room for other kind of understandings that is not just scientific. And if we fail to do that, our science will never be applied properly to advance our human potential, because I think we have to acknowledge that there are things that scientifically we cannot measure. We have to be honest enough to understand that. And that's my personal perspective on that. So if that's the question you're asking, that's what I will offer you.
Well, the search for the transcendental, in a way, is the appearance of emergence and the evolution of the interaction of dynamical systems, which are new, and sort of the lesson of Wolfram's new science, a way of characterizing emergence and it's a spiritual process.
Does we invoke any super physical emergence, or is it everything can be explained in terms of physics?
No, I don't think it can be explained in terms of physics. It's provably computationally intractable.
So that reminds me of a neuroscience class that I had many years ago. Gary was there, and there was a person describing love as, you know, a bunch of hormones like oxytocin or whatever, raising up. And I said to the person, well, if you think that that is love, then go tonight to your home and tell your wife that a kiss is an exchange of saliva between two lips that touch each other, and see how it goes. And so, you know, I put the equation, I mean, the picture where you filmed people, you're going to film couples. One couple is, you know, an elderly couple that they hug and kiss, you know, and that's what they do. And they express love to each other for 40 years. And you film that moment of intimate kiss or hugging. And then you ask two actors from Hollywood to actually perform the same act, but they hate each other and they're doing it for the money. Okay. And you capture audiovisually what's going on, and you ask people which couple love each other more. And so more likely people would say the actors because they know how to act really well. But the key is not that just the exchange of saliva and the hug. The key is a space, a shared space that people experience together. And that is what becomes so valuable to them, not just the saliva. So there is a value in the shared space that doesn't exist in the saliva, you see, that defines love. And that is not measurable, even though the saliva levels may be measurable.
Very good point. I like that. Hal has some question before regarding LLM.
Oh, yeah. It was a question
I was wondering.
inspired by you and your QR code. The QR code is for the RNA and the cancer patient diagnosis. The QR code reminded me of a mathematical process in which you have a measurement. You have a measurement or a state description, and you map it into a higher dimensional space. The QR code is a high dimensional space. And in that high dimensional space, you have the utility of a metric, which can solve the problem of having fuzzy data because the individual variability between people in terms of the metrics that Florian and Joshua are collecting. So anyway, you need to have a representation in a higher dimensional space. And it's much higher than needed, but it's big enough to accommodate both behavior in psychology, mood, and hormones. So you could develop a categorization process. And even if you don't have the data for the specific experiment, you may have correlations from other experiments, which can be used to sort of probe the dense matrix.
You're thinking of a different kind of QR code than I do. Anyway,
well, it has utility. It has to be useful. It's just not recognition. If it exists like in a hash space with proximity that's relevant, it would be great.
Right now, we are measuring, or we are analyzing messenger RNA levels measured from 20 breast cancer patients. Mm-hmm. And we find that out of 20 patients, 5 live only about 10 months after being treated with the doxorubicin, and the other 5 live 70 months. And we have found ways to characterize their transcriptome in terms of RNA expression patterns expressed as QR code, just like commercial QR code. And so my question to Joshua was, what if he used same method to characterize his EEG data from brain? Because either EEG data from human brain or RNA levels from the breast tissue are just sets of numbers. And so the same mathematical method that we have developed could be or used to generate QR code for EEG data, which characterizes the functional state of the brain. Just as our RNA QR code characterizes short survivors and long survivors. Yeah, that was my point.
Did I answer that question, or I didn't answer that question before?
You can answer now.
Well, I mean, for a long time, I've been thinking about how to create a taxonomy of brain states and even the evolution of brain states. You know, Hal mentioned Emery Brown. He has shown very clearly how the power spectrum of babies, it's way different in terms of power than the power spectrum of elders, for example, yeah? So you already have a form of kind of taxonomy based on power in terms of age. But I was thinking about modalities of being in the world, like meditation or conversing harmoniously with somebody, or being angry or being upset or being in war games or being whatever. And try to find the taxonomy by observation of those patterns, and perhaps by mathematical characterization. And so one way to characterize those patterns, perhaps with entropy index or pragmatic information, or maybe a combination of indices, which I think would be more robust, because one index may classify in a certain way, but the other index may classify in different ways. So if you have 5 indexes and you take them together, you get a more robust classification of that kind of taxonomy. And I think the QCR codes can be developed based on any index or multiple indexes. And then they would serve as a, let's say, form of taxonomy symbol. But also the brain movies are that form of taxonomy symbol. When you watch a lot of movies, Walter and I and Robert used to converse, and Walter used to insist, watch movies, make the movies and watch them and watch them and watch them, because like a wine tester, you're gonna taste wine until you know how to recognize wine really well. That's what an encephalographer does. So if you have spatiotemporal movies, that's a very sophisticated way of doing encephalography and learning about brain dynamics to formulate new hypotheses or to have a taxonomy of that kind. Hmm?
You need
So I think the QCR code and the brain movies and other things could serve as a classifier for those states in that sense.
So I think all of the data that you can get from brain can be integrated into a unified representation, which may be called brain QR code. Just like all the commercial QR code characterizes individual product in the grocery, we may be able to use brain QR code to characterize millions of brain states, each state having one brain QR code.
See,
That's
my question to myself when you propose something like that is, what's the use of that? My focus at the moment, maybe there are many users, but my focus is to support people to find inner peace with information that got to do with their bodies, their survival patterns, their genetic codes, and the spiritual practices, and the combination of two in a way that personalized the individual can help them. So that's my focus, basically.
QR code will facilitate understanding our brain. That will help you eventually how to utilize that to accomplish what you want. But once we have this QR code, brain QR code, it's going to revolutionize brain science, just as commercial QR code has revolutionized grocery industry.
I'd like to hear Dan and Robert telling us about that a little bit, because they know a lot about brains.
When you're talking about the brain's QR code, it sounds to me, I mean, I may be misinterpreting it, but it sounds to me like a sort of big data approach, try to get everything out there and just make sense out of the enormous amount of data we have. And I've never quite been happy with that approach. I've always felt like you need to have principles of what you're looking for and be selective.
But with the convolutional neural networks that people are using in machine learning, they frequently encode data in a high dimensional space to process it. It's the way the neural networks are being trained with their high dimensionality.
Yep.
It's commonly employed. It's the QR code is a geometrization of a bit vector or a vector of numbers that could include like RNA and discrete values. And it's a question of what code you want to use. And the intermediate processing with machine learning, as you're designing the network, you don't even have to worry about it because it'll discover the code for you.
See, we now have RNA, as I said before, we now have RNA QR code characterizing human breast cancer. And this expression is reflection of more dynamic expression that we used to use called supermetabolons. Supermetabolon is
supermetabolome.
Yes, metabolon, not on.
That's the way to say it.
Metabolon is a metabolic pathway. Okay, encoded by say 10 to 60 genes. Yeah, but we are talking about set of such metabolons, which we call supermetabolons. So supermetabolon is what we think determining whether patient will live long or short after drug treatment. And this supermetabolon can be transformed into RNA QR code, which is
I tend to agree with Dan. I tend to agree with Dan because I think these are good indicators, but I think the study of that is very, very reductive. When you reduce complex systems to a bunch of dimensional, dimension metrics, you lose the real nature of the data. And if we're trying to understand human behavior and human metabolic behavior and spiritual behavior, you cannot reduce it to a bunch of codes, I think. That doesn't mean that the codes are not useful for certain things. They are useful for certain things, as I know neural networks and body systems and all sorts of connection systems are useful for certain things. But when we try to understand human nature and human behavior and psyche and even the biology of humans in terms of how that behaves, I don't like the reductive approach. I would not take that path. Let's put it that way. I would use it to have some indications of what's going on. I would not make it my tool to reach conclusive or try to understand fundamental issues that we're dealing with. I mean, I cannot even imagine the brain. The brain's so complex, but even the movies that we record with 128 electrodes, to be able to reduce that to 6 points sometimes, it's just, it's so rich, the dynamics, so absolutely rich that I cannot imagine that. I really, after so many years, I just have to be patient and go slowly to get there a little bit quicker, to understand what's really going on, which is my nature. I'm a person who tries to understand deeply what's going on, not try to, operational things to, just recommend a quick fix solution for headaches, Panadol. I think headaches can be treated, by dialogue, conversation, good sport, medication, and maybe sometimes for some people, Panadol. So, in those cases that these things work, that's fine. But the question is, what prevents the headache? That's my question. What's preventive to the headache? What shouldn't we be doing so that we actually get a healthy life instead of a diseased life or an unhealthy life, which requires all these, quick fixes? That's my, I mean, that's my quest. You see, I'm more in the preventive understanding side than in the quick fix. Fundamental solutions are more important to me than quick fixes. Quick fixes have their place also, but all right, that's why I agree more with them.
Wow. We've been going for many hours, and I think we can probably go for many more hours, and we can keep going. It's entirely up to everybody.
Thank you, Mary, for
No, we will keep going, but
Yeah,
from day to day, day to day.
We're all breathing.
Yeah, depending on what part of the world we're in, some of us might be close to dinner time and others close to other things.
I'm close to surfing time.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful gathering.
Streaming in Lithuania.
Well, until
Yes,
next month.
You know, I have to say to all of you, you become such a joy to my life, so that that we can get together and have conversations which are meaningful, and and it reminds me that I almost got, I think I saw you in the States, Hal, Robert, and others, but I couldn't catch up with Huping because, for whatever reasons, we never caught up. But I would love next time I'm in the States, maybe to catch up with all of you again. You're a really nice crowd to be with. And Heather, that goes
Come
for
to
you.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Oh, Phoenix, that's nice.
Yes. Although we'll be 110 for half the year.
I go there because
Carrie, this is our third symposium.
The next symposium is in June, the end of June, and that's going to be theories and approaches to consciousness, including extrasensory perception practices and psychic abilities. So it's going to be quite vast, and we've got 4 speakers lined up for that in June.
Yeah, we have Huping here. Huping. It's I cannot describe Huping. In my experience of Huping, he's such a really nice person and very open and great heart. And he's the editor of several journals, one of them or 2 of them in which I and others have published some of the work we do. And that's the Journal of Consciousness and Research with GCER, Conscious Exploration Research. That journal, I think, it's growing, and it will continue to grow with the participation of people like all of us. And for that, I'm very grateful, Huping. Your initiative to keep the journals going, that's fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to publish your group's work. You guys done a lot of serious hard work, and I'm impressed about the wonderful thing you guys doing. Also, other researchers that today are here.
Well, Huping, you're a physicist. Yeah, Huping, I think you're a physicist, if I remember well.
I'm a biophysicist.
A biophysicist, yeah. Interesting.
That's not important. It's
no, it's important because this group, you might not know, but this group is called Biological Physics and Meaning. So it's basically biophysics and values and meaning and all that.
Yes. And it's a pleasure to listen to the other research. I mean, you guys talking. It's a fascinating research.
Okay, thank you for all the organizing efforts. It was a great conference.
Yes, thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Wonderful to have you here.
And it's fun to be a part of such a great group. It's just great to interact like this.
Guys, again.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Wonderful to have your participation.
Robert,
Thanks.
nice to see
Thank
you,
you.
and everybody,
Yeah,
nice
okay.
to see you all. Carrie, thank you for organizing. Jelena, it's so nice to see you again. Thank you for coming.
Thank
thanks.
you.
I found you.
Hi.
It was great.
I just am so.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Jelena is doing a lot of work in brain dynamics and who knows what. I know she loves the science and the spiritual side.
Yes, I was doing before. Now I'm in the cancer biology.
Well, Jelena, ci vediamo presto, eh?
Vediamo. I'm
Yeah.
waiting you in Italy.
Yeah. Well, next time I'm in Salerno or wherever you are, we'll make sure we see you.
I'm in the Naples now for
Oh, in
2
Naples.
years and a half. Yes, but I'm planning to come back in Salerno, I think from November.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm waiting you here to eat a pizza.
Yeah.
The biggest pizza. And I just
Same
want to thank
country,
also
so I'm waiting for you.
the guys of Lithuania. I want to say thank you so much. Min Vidas, Ragul. Oh my God, I'm trying.
Buski.
Me, thank you so much, and Alpha for being here. And yeah, I think next time we meet, I will know your name really well.
It'd be nice
Well,
also
thanks,
if
yeah.
Professor Vitiello is here.
Yeah, he gave us a talk some time ago, but now Giuseppe is in Italy, you know, doing his things.
Okay.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
let you.
bye-bye.
I'll let
Thank
you
you.
finish the presentation, Kira. You're in
Okay,
charge, but
bye-bye.
I'm happy to stay. But I'm happy also that people
Yeah,
that need to
okay.
do things
Bye-bye.
need to.
Mhm.
Bye bye.
Look, we
Yeah,
look
thank
forward
you
to
all
the
for coming, and we
conference.
will see you all next time.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Bye bye now.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Until next
Bye.
time. Bye bye.
See you.
See you next time.
Bye.
Okay, thanks all for coming, and look forward to seeing you again at the third mini conference at the end of June, which will explore theories and approaches to consciousness, extrasensory perception practices, and psychic abilities included. Thank you. Bye bye.